Hello everyone, welcome back again to our channel Coders Arcade. So this video will be the complete module 3 of the VTU Python syllabus, which we have covered already. We have covered 3 modules out of that, which are the module 1, module 2 and module 4. So this video will be the complete module 3 for you. It has been long awaited and finally we are here to launch it. And before starting this module, I would like to request all of you to please like, share and subscribe to our channel, and also hit the bell icon so that you receive notifications regarding all latest updates. And at the same time, to all the students who are appearing for their VTU examinations, all the best guys, do well. And if you have any doubts, please post your comments in the comment section. Okay, thank you. So let's get started.
Hello everyone, I am Nikhil Rai and today we are going to start a new topic. It's pattern matching and regular expressions. So I guess you are familiar with typing Control F and searching for any kind of keyword or something. And even in your mobile phones, when you open your contacts list, you search there by typing a mobile number or some name. So we are going to do something similar. So I guess you're similar with those things. Now the topic comes is regular expressions. Regular expressions is a step forward than that one. They allow you to specify a pattern of text to search for. You don't have to look for everything, but you have exact word, but some specific pattern of similar kind. Like you may not know a business exact phone number, but if you live in India, then you know the pattern how a mobile number is written: +91 hyphen, then 5 digits, then hyphen, then again 5 digits. Similarly, in United States or Canada, the phone numbers are written in this format. There comes 3 digits, then a hyphen, then again 3 digits, then again a hyphen, and then 4 more digits. And it is not written in this way. It is specified that it has to be written in this way. So we know the pattern and we know the total number of digits. The total number of digits here is 3, 3 and 4. It is total 10 and 2 hyphens. Taking it in consideration, we can say it as total there are 12 characters. So we know the exact length of it. So to find a phone number in a string, if you are given a string and you have to find a phone number, then you know what is the pattern of the phone number. There would be 3 digits, then a hyphen, then 3 digits, then a hyphen, then 4 more digits. So now what will I do? I will create a function and name it as isPhoneNumber, and it will check whether a given string matches a pattern or not, and it will return the value true or false according to that. So I will open PyCharm now. I will create a new Python file here and I will write it as is phone number, and the Python file is created now. So I will define a function and name it as isPhoneNumber, and I will pass some text while calling it. Now in defining it, the first thing that we would check is its length. So as we know, the length of the phone number is of 12 characters. So I will pass the phone number or the data through this text, and what will I do? I will check the length. If the length of the text is not equal to 12, then it is either short or it is either long. So it means that it is not a phone number. So I will simply return that it is false, it is not a phone number. If it satisfies the first condition, then it will come down again. And next thing I will check is if the first three digits are numbers, if they are decimals. So for that I will use a for loop, and I will check for I in range 0, 3. It means that it will start from the first index and it will go to the second index or till the third element. Okay, the only first three elements we have to check if not text I dot is decimal. It will check if it is not a decimal, then it will return false. Then after the three digits there is a hyphen. It will check if text, the hyphen, we know the hyphen is at the, for your reference I will write the phone number. I will write the same phone number at the starting of the program, 415 hyphen 555 hyphen 4242. So we have checked, now we have, in these lines of code we have checked first three characters are decimals or not. Then the fourth one we have to check if it is hyphen or not. So for the fourth one we know the index is 3, so we will simply check if text 3 is not equal to hyphen, then it will return false. After checking it, we have to check from the fourth, fifth, for the fourth, fifth and sixth if they are decimals or not. So what can we do? We will use the for loop again, and it will be in range 4, 7. And it will check the same thing again, if not text of I if it is not a decimal, then it will simply return false. If it does not return false, then it will move forward and it will check again for the hyphen. So if text 7, because hyphen is at the 7th index, is not equal to hyphen, then it will return, whenever it fails a condition, then it will directly return false. Because see, if you see, if the first character 4, it is not a decimal, so you know that it is of no use to check the rest of the characters if they are correct or not. The first one is wrong, then it is wrong, so it will return false again. After that, now for the last 4 digits, for I in range, and it will start from 8 to 12, and it will check again if text I dot if it is not a decimal, then it will return false. Now if it successfully checks all and if it is not returning false anywhere, then at last it will directly return. Now let's do one thing. Let's try to do this. Let's say I will enter the same mobile number 415 555 4242. And here I will also write print it will print this and write is a phone number. And here what it will print, we will just call the phone number text and we will pass this mobile number here. Or let's say if I try writing something else, let's say Mochi Mochi is a phone number, and I will pass this and let's say in between here if I give a special character, let's say the dollar symbol, let's see what do I get the output. You see here, this was the phone number and it gave me true. For here I was considering, it is giving me a false. Here can you see dollar is also being considered as a decimal, so it is giving us a true. Let's say if I try to enter a character, let's say F, and if I run the code, sorry, I have not changed the input here, right? That is the reason why it is giving me a different output. Now let's run the code. Can you see here, as dollar is not a decimal, so it is giving me false till this 0 1 2 3 4, till the fourth index everything was okay, and after that when it got the dollar symbol it returned false. Here it checked, it's first of all it checks its length is 11, so it directly returned false, its length is not 12, and here it was satisfying, so it gave us the value as true. So now we have made this, we have wrote this code, we have this function now. This is the code that we were trying to get the output, and this was the output that we got. Now the thing is, every time we may have to use this function to find a phone number from a text. Let's say this is some kind of text and we have to take out these two phone numbers, we have to fetch these two phone numbers from the text. Or if a user is entering some message, then we have to get the phone numbers from that message. So what can we do? We would try this code now, and let's see how do we get the output. I will remove these codes, and I will take a message variable, four one five triple five double nine is my office. So what I will do, so the first thing is we need to get this chunk. We have to get this chunk, this 12 length string, to check if it is a phone number or not. So for that we have to take out this, fetch this phone number. So how can we do that? So at the first I will take for I in range, and its range will be the length of this message, and then I will create a chunk from this message index I to I plus 12. So what will happen here, every time when this code will execute in every iteration, so it will take chunks of 12 characters. At first it will take from call me this is the first chunk of 12 characters. So it will first take this chunk, and it will check if it is a phone number of the given, and we will pass this chunk through this function. After that, after the first iteration, it will again do the same for I. At first it will do for I equal to 0, then at second it will do for I equal to 1 to 12. For the first time it was from 0 to 11, then for second time it will be 1 to 12, then for third time it will be 2 to 13, and gradually at some time it will be this, and gradually one time will come when it will take this string. At that time it will get the desired output and it would return true. So what can we do here? When we get this, after getting it, so I will check if is phone number, and I will pass this string that we have fetched. If it will check if the chunk is a phone number. If it is true, is phone number chunk. If chunk is a phone number, if it returns true, then it will print phone number found, and it will print the phone number after that. And once the program is over, I will print here as done. So now let's try to run this code. See this? I have passed the message and it is giving me the same two numbers, 415555101 and 415559999. I have got these two phone numbers. These two phone numbers are found in the string, and the program is over now. You can do the same by taking user input, a message from the user, and you can do the same thing again. So this is how we can find patterns of text without regular expressions. After this, the next topic comes is how to find patterns of text with regular expressions. The previous topic it was where we didn't use any regular expression, but here we will try to do the same using regular expressions. So the previous program that we did, it also worked. It worked good, but the main function that we wrote, it consists of 17 lines, and it was specific to a particular format, which was 415 hyphen. It means 3 digits, then a hyphen, 3 digits, then a hyphen, then 4 digits. So what can we do here? Or just see if the phone number is given in this pattern. Instead of hyphen, if there is a dot, then it would not. It is correct, but it will give us a false output. Or if the number is written in this way, it will give us a false output. Or if there are some other extensions like x99, then it will not validate them. It will show false. So what can we do? We can do the same using regular expressions. They are also called as regexes in short, and they are descriptions for a pattern of text. So what can we do? Instead of checking numbers, we can simply write backslash d. Backslash d in regex stands for digital character, that is any single numeral from 0 to 9. The regex backslash d, this which I have highlighted right now, is used by Python to match the same kind of text, same kind of phone number, like we defined just in the previous topic, the function. It also behaves like the same. A string of 3 numbers, a hyphen, 3 more numbers, another hyphen, and 4 numbers. Any other string would not match this regex. And we can even write the same thing if we are repeating anything, like say we are repeating slash d 3 times, so we can write slash d followed by 3 and curly braces, or the entire thing can be written as backslash d 3 hyphen backslash d 3 hyphen backslash d 4. This also matches the correct phone number format. So how can we do that? So before using any regex, we have to import re in the Python code, and after that we have to create object of the regular expression, which would store the value after a value is found. Now let's write this program code and check how does it work. I will create a new Python file here. Is phone number using regex. So here the first thing that we have to do is to import re. Then let's create a object for re. Let's say phone number regex equal to re dot compile USB, and before this you have to write the character R, because it does not behave like an escape sequence if you don't use this character R before it. Then I have declared a value to store the answer, if it is true or it is false, if it matches or not. So mo equal to phone number regex, the object that we have declared. I write search, and inside the search just pass the message, just pass the string, whatever you want to pass. I am writing here my number is 455 4123 4125 and 7878. Now what will I do? I will simply print phone number found So now let's run the code. So if I have run the code now, you can see here that it is showing me an error. So just see here we are looking for 3 numbers, we have 3 numbers. Here we are looking for 4 numbers and we have 4 numbers here, but here in the middle we are looking for 3 numbers, but I have entered here 4 numbers. So just do one thing, remove one digit and then just run the code. So as I have run the code, it is giving me the output as phone number found, and as I have written there as plus mo group. So whenever we use this function as group, so group function stores the data that has been found there, 455 415 7458. This is the data that we were looking for, and as we have found it, it was stored in mo.group, and when we print mo.group, it is printing the same number here. So our next topic is now more pattern matching with regular expressions. So till now we have learned the basic steps to create and find regular expression objects with Python. Now let's try with some more powerful pattern matching capabilities. Now suppose if we want to separate the area code from the rest of the phone number, you know that every phone number has a separate area code. If you know about landline numbers in India, they have an area code. They have an area code of 2 or 3 digits, and then there is a separate then a number of 7 or 8 digits. Okay, so now how can we do that? We can separate them by using brackets, parentheses. Here they are grouped as 3 digits, then 7 digits, and there we will use object called as group. Okay, so the first set of parentheses in a regex string will be group 1. The second set will be group 2. By passing the integer 1 or 2 to the group match object method, we can grab different parts of the matched text. Passing and then passing 0 or nothing to the group method will return the entire matched text. Now let's try to execute this code. I have already written this code. See here, I have taken a variable as phone num regex. Then re.compile. Here I have given the brackets here, okay, and then taken another variable as mo equal to phone num regex search, and the input data here I have given as my number is 415554242. Now you can see here, first what am I trying to do? I have written the code as print mo.group1, then mo.group2, then I have mo.group0, and then I have mo.group. I have not given any number as 0, 1 or 2 in the fourth case. Now let's try to run this code. You can see here, when I have written here as mo.group1, it is giving me the output as 415. As I have given the brackets, I have grouped them for the first 3 numbers, so it is giving me as 415. Then group 2 is the other group of parentheses. Okay, then as I have written only 0, so 0 it will give me the entire group, and not giving any number, not writing any number in between the parentheses will also give me the same. Okay, this is one way. Then we can do one more thing, like say if I write the code here as print. Now just see the difference here. Okay, so if I am writing the code as print mo.groups, just see the difference here. Okay, here I have written only group, not groups, but here I have written as mo.groups. So if you want to print all the groups, then you can write mo.groups. See this, it is giving me all the different groups here. The first group 415, then comma, then the second group 5554242. Then I have taken 2 variables here, area code and main number. What is happening here? Area code comma main number equal to mo.groups. So area code is going to store the first group, that is 415, and main number is going to store the second group as 5554242. So if I am printing area code, it is simply printing here as 415. If I am trying to print here as, if I am trying to print main number, then it is giving me the other group as 5554242. Now since mo.groups returns a tuple of multiple values, we can use the multiple assignment trick to assign each value to a separate variable. So just now we did the same by writing area code comma main number equal to mo dot groups, just a single line. So we have seen here that parentheses have a special meaning in regular expressions, right? They are used to group the regular expression. But what if we need a parenthesis? If someone is giving the input as, let's say, 415, and at the beginning and at the end there is a pair of parentheses. Okay, so what should we do here? We have to use the backslash. We have to use the character backslash so that it is included. Now see here, if we want the parenthesis also to be taken in consideration, then you have to give a backslash then followed by the parenthesis, the opening one and similarly the closing one. So now see this, if I run this code, print mo.group1, this is giving me as 415, it was found. Okay, and mo.group2 is giving me 5554242. If I don't write this code in this way, it will not recognize. See here, it is giving us an error. Okay, then let's go to the next subtopic, which is matching multiple groups with the pipe. So the pipe, this character is called as pipe, and we can use it anywhere we want to match one of many expressions. For example, let's say a regular expression Batman dot Tina Fey will match either Batman or Tina Fey. If it finds any one, then it will give us the output as true that yes, it is fine. When both Batman and Tina Fey occur in the search string, the first occurrence of the matching string will be returned as the match object. Okay, see here. Here is a variable as hero regex re.compile Batman, then pipe symbol, then Tina Fey. Then another variable as mo1 hero regex dot search Batman. In the first time it is written as Batman and Tina Fey, and then in the second one for the variable mo2, the input here is given as Tina Fey and Batman. If I would try to print them by using mo1 dot group, so for the first time, if it has already found Batman, so it will return Batman. If it has found Tina Fey, so it is returning Tina Fey. If it does not find anything, then it will either throw an error or it will give a false. Now the same thing, we can use the pipe symbol for more than. Here we had only two, right? We had only two, Batman and Tina Fey. Now suppose we want to use the pipe, we have to check for several patterns. Okay, let's say we can have a Batman, a Batmobile, a Batcopter, a Bat. Then how are we going to write the code? Batregex equal to re.compile, write the bat, then inside the parenthesis write there as man, mobile, copter and bat. If it finds anything, it will give us the desired output. So here the first one is here the given input string is Batmobile lost a wheel. So it will, if I run this code, see here, it found Batmobile. So mo.group is printing here as Batmobile. If I want to print the first group, so this is the only group, right? So here in the first group, it has found mobile. So it is printing here as mobile. Now let's go to the next one. This is optional matching with the question mark. Sometimes what happens that we want some pattern to be there, or if it is also not there, then that will also do. Sometimes there is a pattern that we want to match only optionally. It is not necessary. That is, the regex should find a match whether or not that bit of text is there. The question mark character flags the group that precedes it as an optional part of the pattern. Now see here, bat regex equal to re.compile bat, then inside the parenthesis it is written as wo and then a question mark. So it will look for wo. If wo is there, then it is okay. If it is not there, then also it will give us as true, because this is question mark is used for something which is optional. It may or may not be there. Say this. In the first one, the input string is the adventures of Batman. So it is giving us Batman. Who was not found, so it is okay then. It is printing the mo1 dot group. In the next case, there is a wo along with it. So it became a Batwoman, and this is also found to be as true as Batwoman. Then there is a similar case like sometimes if people are asked about the gender, and sometimes people, if someone is male, they only write, someone writes only as M, or someone may also write as male male. So you can, what can you do here, you can write here M, then ale, then you can give the question mark. This will also work in that case if you are looking for male or female in some given user input. So the wo question mark part of the regular expression means that a pattern wo is an optional group. The regex will match text that has 0 instances or 1 instance of wo in it. This is why the regex matches both Batman and Batwoman. Earlier we had done with the phone number for 10 digits. Now if someone does not enter the area code, so for the area code we can use it as the 3 digits followed by a question mark. So this is the use of question mark here. Then next comes matching 0 or more. If you might have occurrence for 0 times or more than 0 times, then you can use the asterisk or the star, which means that it will match for 0 or more. The group that precedes the star can occur any number of times in the text. it can be completely absent or repeated over and over again. Let's check the same with the Batman example again. Here the regex is written as bat, wo star, and then followed by man. So in the first case, the user input is the adventures of Batman. In the second one, the user input is the adventures of Batwoman. And in the third one, the user input is the adventures of Bat. Then wo is written here as 4 times and then man. So whatever it is, it will be true for all the cases, because star is used to match 0 or more times. So if it is only Batman, it is giving me as Batman. If it is Batwoman, it is giving me as Batwoman. And if it is Bat, then wo is written as 4 times Bat, go man. So it is giving me the output as Bat, wo woman. Okay. So for Batman, the wo part of the regex matches 0 instance of wo in the string. For Batwoman, the wo matches 1 instance of wo, and for Bat woman, it matches 4 instance of wo. Now the same thing, if you have to use the, if you even have to look for pipe symbol, then you have to use a backslash. For a question mark also, if you want to look for question mark, then you every time, these are some special characters. If you have to look for these special characters in the given string as in the regular expression, then you have to use this with backslash. Now the next case is matching one or more. Asterisk is used to match for 0 or more. But what if you have to look for something which should be at least once or more than once? There is no limit. At most limit is, there is no at most limit, but at least there it should be at least once. So while asterisk means match 0 or more, the plus symbol means match 1 or more. Unlike the star, which does not require its group to appear in the match string, the group preceding a plus must appear at least once. It is not optional. Let's try here. Just see the code. How does it work? Here it is written as Batwo plus men. So here the first time the input is the adventures of Batwoman. If I print mo.group, it will return Batwoman. Then in the second case, wo is repeated 4 times. If I print mo.group, it will print Batwoman. Now in the third one, the adventures of, the input given here is the adventures of Batman. So as the desired Batwoman, there should be at least single occurrence of wo. As it is not found, so mo3 will store none, none. So if I want to check if mo3 is equal to none, then it will print the value whatever it has. As it is equal to none, so it is as it is equal to none, so it is printing the value as true. Okay, the regex bat go plus man will not match the string the adventures of Batman, because at least one wo is required by the plus sign. And here also same, if we need to match an actual plus sign character, prefix the plus sign with a backslash to escape it. Now, while using the plus symbol and the asterisk symbol, the repetitions were not specific. It can be any number of times. So what if we have to check for some specific number of repetitions? So matching specific repetitions with curly brackets. If we have a group that we want to repeat a specific number of times, follow the group in your regex with a number in curly brackets. For example, the regex HA3 will match the string ha ha ha, but it will not match ha ha, since the letter has only two repeats of the HA group. Instead of one number, you can specify a range by writing a minimum and a comma and a maximum in between the curly brackets. For example, the regex HA3, 5 will match the occurrence of R 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times. If we also leave out the first or second number in the curly brackets to leave the maximum and minimum unbounded. For example, if we write as HA and we don't give the upper bound, we simply write as 3 followed by a comma, then it will match 3 or more instances of HA group, while HA, 5 will match 0 to 5 instances. Curly brackets can help make our regular expressions shorter. These two regular expressions match identical patterns. If you write as HA, then in the curly bracket if you write as 3, or the other case is if you are writing HA thrice, this will both work as the same. If I am writing as HA3, 5, so this is a shorter version of this HA 3 times, then a pipe symbol, then HA 4 times, then a pipe symbol, then HA 5 times. We can use the curly brackets with the numbers to make our codes shorter. Now let's try this code. See here is the HA regex variable, and here I have written as re.compile HA3. So mo is the variable and the value here passed is ha ha ha. Then if I want to print the value of mo.group, it is printing here as ha 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 because it was found. Now in the other case, if I am writing it only once, so it will give us none. It will be a false output. So it will simply return none, and if we check if it is none, and if we print this, so it will give us the output as true. So our Next topic is greedy and non-greedy matching. So what is it all about? Now see here, since HA and then followed by 3 comma 5 in curly brackets can match 3, 4 or 5 instances of HA in the string HA 5 times. Ha 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 ha. You may wonder that why the match objects call to group in the previous curly bracket example returns ha 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 instead of the shorter possibilities. After all, triple HA and 4 times HA are also valid matches of the regular expression HA 3, 5. So whatever Python's regular expressions that we have, Python's regular expressions are greedy by default. All those expressions are by default greedy, which means that in ambiguous situations they will match the longest string possible. The non-greedy version of the curly brackets, which matches the shortest string possible, has the closing curly bracket followed by a question mark. Now I will show you the same thing with the example by writing the code itself. See here, this is, I have taken a variable as greedy HA regex, and this is going to store re.compile HA 3, 5. So it will look for this in this given string and then it will print mo1.group. The same thing I have written here. The only difference is the name of the variable I have taken here as non-greedy. Then in place of mo1 I have taken here as mo2. Then here is the main difference. Here it is only HA followed by 3, 5, but here I have written as HA 3, 5 followed by a question mark. So this is about non-greedy. The first one is greedy and the second one is non-greedy. If I run this code, see here, the first one will give me the longest string whatever is available there, but non-greedy will give me the shortest one. Non-greedy will give me the shortest one which is there in the given input, the given string. This is the only difference between greedy and non-greedy. Here note that the question mark can have two meanings in regular expressions. The first one is declaring a non-greedy match, right now what we did, or flagging an optional group. We did this. We use question mark also to check for optional. So we can use the question mark in two different ways. One for declaring a non-greedy match and the other for flagging an optional group. This means they are entirely unrelated. They are not at all related to each other. They are entirely different to each other. So our next topic is the find all method. In addition to the search method, regex objects also have a find all method. While search will return a match object of the first matched text in the search string, the find all will return the strings of every match in the search string. To see how search returns a matched object only on the first instance of matching text, we have to write the following code. whatever we did while using the search method, search would always return if you are looking for some string or some regular expression in the search string or in the input string. Then if there are more than one, then search method will only return the first one. But if we want all the results to be printed, or if we want all the results in return, then we have to use the findall method. Like in this case, in this string there are two strings which is matching our required regular expression. So if we use a search, it will only return the first one. If we use findall, then it will return both the numbers. On the other hand, findall will not return a match object but a list of strings, as long as there are no groups in the regular expressions. It will give us a list of strings. Each string in the list is a piece of the searched text that matched with the regular expression. If there are groups in the regular expression, then findall will return a list of tuples. Each tuple represents a found match, and its items are the matched strings for each group in the regex. Now let's try to run the code in PyCharm. If I take the first one, here we have a phone number regex variable. This is our regular expression that we are looking for. This is another variable as mo, and this phone number dot search is the method, and this is our input string cell and word. And if I want to print here, print mo dot group, and just see how does it work. So it is only giving me the first number 415 555 So now if instead of this, if I am using findall method, so here is the same thing. The first line will remain the same. Here it does not have any groups. So now for findall I will directly print phone number regex dot findall, and this is the input string. If I run this code, see this is a list. This is a list of strings that are found. At first it is the first mobile number as 415 555 and the second one is the second number 212 555 Now let's take the another case where we have different groups, group of 3 and 4 numbers. If I run this code, see this. So this is in the previous case we got a list of strings, but here we have got a list of tuples of strings. Here this is the first one which has 3 groups, 415 555 9999. Then in the second one we have 3 groups again, 212 555 0000. So this is the output that we got here. This is the way how we can use the findall method. And the findall method is called on a regex with no groups such as this. The method findall returns a list of string matches such as this or this. It will return it in this way. But when findall is called on a regex that has groups like this in this way, then the method findall returns a list of tuples of strings and one string for each group, such as this. We just saw in the output right now. So this is all about the findall method. Now let's go to the next topic, which is character classes. So now what is about character classes? In the earlier phone number regex example, we learned that \d could stand for any numeric digit. That is, \d is shorthand for the regular expression for all the numbers from 0 to 9. There are many such shorthand character classes which are given below in the table. For \, and small d, it is for any numeric digit from 0 to 9. And \uppercase D or capital D, you can say, it is just the opposite. It is any character that is not a numeric digit from 0 to 9, it will look for those digits. Similarly, \w, it is for any letter, numeric digit or the underscore character. It will look for those. Then capital W, it is for any character that is not a letter, numeric digit or the underscore character. Just see here that the characters D here and D here, the D in lowercase and the D in uppercase both stand for totally opposite things. Then W is also the same, and then comes S. It is also the same as D and W. Both lowercase s and uppercase s will be for different purpose. Like small s is any space, tab or new line character, and capital S is for any character that is not a space, tab or new line. Now character class can also help us in shortening regular expressions. Just see how character classes are nice for shortening regular expressions. The character class 0-5 inside square brackets will match only the numbers 0 to 5, and this is much shorter than typing 0, 5, 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5, 5 inside the parenthesis. So this is a much better way to shorten it instead of doing this. Now let's go to see the example. So here I have taken x must regex variable, then re.compile. Inside this it is as \d plus, \d is for any digits from 0 to 9. Then plus symbol, it is for one or more characters. Then backslash s, it is for any space, tab or new line character. Then we have backslash w for any digit, any numeric digit, any letter or any underscore, and then the plus symbol again for one or more. Then I'm using the findall, and here I have given the input as 12 drummers, 11 pipers, 10 lords, 9 ladies, 8 maids. Similarly, we have two doves, one partridge. Now, if I run this code, just see here, I have got all the things that were entered in the input string. So here 12 is covered under backslash d plus, then the empty space is covered under backslash s, then drummers is covered under backslash w plus. Similarly, for 11 pipers, 11 is covered under backslash d plus, then the space for backslash s, and then pipers for backslash w plus. Similarly, all other regular expressions, all other searches that have satisfied are printed here. The regular expression backslash d plus backslash s backslash w plus will match text that has one or more numeric digits, then followed by a white space character, then followed by one or more letter digit or underscores by backslash w plus. The findall method returns all matching strings of the regex pattern in a list. This is all about the character classes. Now let's move on to the next topic, which is making your own character classes. So there are times when we want to match a set of characters, but the shorthand character classes backslash d, backslash w, and backslash s, and so on are too broad. We can define our own character class using square brackets. For example, the character class AEIOU in lowercase, then followed by AEIOU in uppercase, will match any vowel, both lowercase and uppercase. I will show you by just writing this code. So see here, I've taken the variable vowel regex, then re dot compile, and inside the square brackets I have all the vowels. Now here if I'm using the findall method and I have given the input string as Robocop eats baby food, full stop baby food. So what is this going to do? This will look for vowels, whatever vowels are there, and it will print it in the console. So you can see here, what do we have? O, 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 then EA, then again a A, then double O, then A in uppercase, then double O in uppercase. Say this, triple O, E double A, then double O, then A double O in uppercase. So this is another way of creating our own character class. So here we can include ranges of letters or numbers by using a hyphen. For example, the character class a hyphen z and 0-9 will match all lowercase characters, uppercase characters, and all the numbers from 0 to 9. Note that inside the square brackets, the normal regular expression symbols are not interpreted as such. This means you do not need to escape the dot, star, question mark, or the parenthesis. Okay, so if you are writing anything inside square bracket, so you don't have to use a backslash before that. Characters with a preceding backslash. For example, the character class 0 to 5 dot will match digits 0 to 5 and a period. Period means a dot. You do not need to write it as 0 to 5 followed by a backslash and a dot. Then the next thing comes here is by placing a caret character, or we also call it as the cap. Just after the characters classes opening bracket, we can make a negative character class. A negative character class will match all the characters that are not in the character class. Like if I will show you this program, what will this do? This will, instead of matching every vowel, it will match every character that isn't a vowel. Now I will show you the code. See here, before this, if you are using a caret symbol, so it is returning now all the consonants R, B, C, P. Then after we have an empty space, so it is showing us the empty space, then T, S, and again empty space, and here we have dots, two dots, so it will also be printing the two dots that are there in the search string. So this is all about how to make our own character class. Now let's move to the next topic, which is caret and the $sign characters. So you now know the use of the caret symbol or the cap symbol. So now we can also use the caret symbol at the start of a regex to indicate that a match must occur at the beginning of the search text. In the previous case, we used cap to look for something which is not there, the negative one. But here, caret is used to look for something that must match, that a match must occur at the beginning of the search text. Likewise, we can put a $sign at the end of the regex to indicate the string must end with this regex pattern, and we can use the caret and the $symbol together to indicate that the entire string must match the regex. That is, it's not enough for a match to be made on some subset of the string. We need it entirely the same string. For example, if it is written as R, then inside single quotes as caret hello, the regular expression string matches strings that begin with hello. Now we will try to do this code. So here the variable is begins with hello, then re.compile, and here r caret hello. If I print this statement, just say this, in this line, as it is satisfied, as it is found, so it is giving us in return as match object. Then the span is 0 to 5 and the match there is hello. Or you can also do one thing, as check if it found something or not. Just write there as not equal to none. If I run this code, it is giving me as true. Now in the other case, it is begins with hello. The search string is he said hello. There is a hello. There is a hello, but it is not at the beginning. And if I check it with not equal to none, so it will give me the output as false because it is not found there. Or if I give here as if it is equal to none, then it will obviously it will give me a true because it is not found, because it has not found anything starting with hello. Similarly, then r and inside parenthesis single quotes, if you write there as \d and a dollar symbol, so this regular expression string matches strings that end with a numeric character from 0 to 9. So here it is written as \d and the dollar symbol. So the input is your number is 42. So if the number is 42, if I check if it is not equal to none, so now it is giving me that it has a match object from span 16 to 17. This one, and the match is 2. 16 to 17, this is the only one, and the match found is 2. 2 is the number. As it is only \d, so it will only look for 1. So if I am writing here as not equal to none, so it is giving me in return as true. Now here I have written the same thing but not in decimals. I have written here in letters followed by a full stop. Your number is 42. So it is not able to find any number at the last. So it is none. So if it is equal to none, it is giving me the value as true. Now if I write it as caret \d plus $. So what does it mean? That it should start with a decimal, then plus symbol means it should have one or more, and then we have the dollar symbol. It means that it should also end with a decimal. So this regular expression string matches strings that both begin and end with one or more numeric characters. If I just enter the same code in my PyCharm, so say this, the input string was whole string is num, and in recompile the regex is the same that I said right now, caret, backslash d, plus and dollar. In this one, all the characters are number. So if I check if it is equal to none, so now right now it was showing me the match found. The match was found as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 0. If I check it with none, so it is giving me false because there is something. It has found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 up to 0. Then in the second case, there are numbers, but along with that in the middle there is XYZ. All of it is not numbers. Okay, so it will simply return as none and it is printing the value as true. In the third one, there is an empty white space in between. So this will also return as none. So if it is equal to none, it is again giving me the output as true. So the last two search calls in this one, this two, in this one and in this one demonstrate how the entire string must match the regex if caret and dollar symbol are used. It has to match the entire regex. So this was all about caret and dollar symbol. So our next topic is the wildcard character. So the dot character in a regular expression is called a wildcard and will match any character except a new line. For example, if we just try to execute these lines of code, wait, I will show you by running this code. So here I have taken a variable as @regex, then recompile, and inside here I have written as .at. So it will match for any similar words or any string that has 3 characters and the last 2 characters are A and T. So if I am using print @regex, and then if I am using the findall method, inside this it will look for and this is the given string, the cat in the hat sat on the flat mat, and it will then return all those strings that are found in this given string. If I run the code, say this. So what are the given strings? Cat, hat, sat, then this is only lat, not flat, only lat, then mat. This is the output that we have got here. So remember, the dot character will match just one character, which is why the match for the text flat in the previous example matched only lat. To match an actual dot, escape the dot with a backslash. Now if you want to match everything with the dot, so sometimes we will want to match everything and anything. For example, say you want to match the string first name followed by any and all text followed by last name and then followed by anything again. So we can use the dot star to stand in for that anything. Remember that the dot character means any single character except the new line, and the star character means 0 or more of the preceding character. Now just see if I run this code now. See here the regex is written, regular expression is written here as first name, then there is a group as dot star, then last name, then another group as dot star. So then mo is the object, the name regex dot search, and the input string is first name al, last name swigert. So if I want to print mo dot group 1 and mo dot group 2, just see the output. The first group is al and the second group is swigert. If I print the entire group mo dot group, then it will print everything, because the regex was everything including first name and last name. So it will also give us the same output, first name al and last name swigert. The dot star uses greedy mode. It will always try to match as much text as possible. To match any and all text in a non-greedy fashion, use the dot star and question mark. Like with curly brackets, the question mark tells Python to match in a non-greedy way. Now if I just write the same code, then just see how does it work. So this is non-greedy regex, and here it is re dot compile. Then it has to look for less than symbol, then dot star question mark, and then the greater than symbol. Then the input string is to serve man inside the less than and greater than symbol, and then for dinner. If I run this code, it is working as non-greedy now. It is giving me the output only to serve man. Now if I have to do this in the same way but for a greedy approach, then just don't give the question mark here. Now it will give the output everything from to serve man for dinner. See this, it gave me the output as to serve man for dinner. Both regex roughly translate to match an opening angle bracket followed by anything, then followed by a closing angle bracket. But the string to serve man for dinner has two possible matches for the closing angle bracket. In the non-greedy version of the regex, Python matches the shortest possible string to serve man. In the greedy version, Python matches the longest possible string to serve man for dinner. Then comes matching new lines with the dot character. How to match new lines? The dot character will match everything except a new line by passing re dot all the second argument to re compile you can make the dot character match all characters including the new line character. I will just show you by running this code. So here is no new line regex, and it is simply written as recompile dot star, and in the other case it is written as new line regex. And the main difference here is after a comma there is re dot all. So just see the difference here. Before that, see here it is the same thing, no new line regex, and here it is new line regex dot search and the search string. The search string are the same in both the cases, followed by dot group. If I run this code, so for the first one, it got only serve the public trust, because it is not able to read \n. So it is simply printing here as serve the public trust. Now when we have used re dot all, so it is able to identify everything. Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, and uphold the law. So it is printing here everything. And why it is printing everything in a new line? Because here it finds \n. So it is printing these two statements, protect the innocent and uphold the law, in a new line. The regex, no new line regex, which did not have re.all, passed to the recompile call that created it, will match everything only up to the next new line character. The next new line character is \n. It will start from here and it will end here just before the \n, just before the new line. Whereas new line regex, which did have re dot all, passed to re dot compile, matches everything. This is why new line regex dot search call matches the full string including its new line characters. So this is all about the wildcard character, which is the dot star, and then how to match new lines with the dot character. So if you have any doubt, you can mention your doubts in the comments below. We will surely look into it. For now, let's just move to the next topic, which is case insensitive matching. So now suppose if you have to develop a program or something, you have to write some codes and you have to take input from the user, and if you want the input whatever the gender of the user it is. So if you ask the user for his or her gender, if the user is a female, then she might write female in this way, or she can also write in this way, and the other possible is she can also write in this way. But the thing is, you don't know in which pattern is the user going to write. So you cannot write all the different ways every time, right? Because there are only three in this case. There can be some other case where we would have more than where we may have some cases where we would have more than 3. We may have many cases, many possible cases. So what to do with that? At that times we can use the case insensitive matching. Normally, regular expressions match text with the exact casing we specify. For example, the following regex match completely different strings. If you write the code in this way, all these 4 are different. So this will match for completely different strings every time because they are different, they are not same. But sometimes we care only about matching the letters without worrying whether they are uppercase or lowercase. To make your regex case insensitive, we can pass re.ignore case or re.I as a second argument to re.compile. Now let's just try this code. So see here, the variable name is robocop, re.compile, r.robocop, it is written in lowercase, and as we want for it to be case insensitive, so we have to write here as re.ignore or re.ignore case or re.I. If we are writing in this way, then it will return the values robocop in this case, then robocop here it is totally in uppercase, and here we have robocop in the lowercase. So whatever the case it is, it will return us all the possible outcomes that is entered by the user. There is not much, you just have to write re.I or re.ignore case. So it will work the same. So this is all about case insensitive matching. Now let's go to the next topic, which is substituting strings with the sub method. Substituting strings with the sub method. Regular expressions can not only find text patterns but can also substitute new text in place of other patterns. The sub method for regex objects is passed two arguments. The first argument is a string to replace any matches, and the second is the string for the regular expression. The sub method returns a string with the substitutions applied. For example, let's just try this code. So this is the code names regex equal to re.compile. Then it is looking for agent and then backslash w plus. I think you remember what is backslash w. Backslash w refers to any letter, numeric digit or the underscore, and the plus sign represents one or more. And in the next line the code we have is print names regex dot sub, and at first we will replace whenever we find this regular expression, it will be replaced by the word censored. So as we have the input string as agent Alice gave the secret documents to agent Bob. So if I run this code, it is giving me the output as censored gave the secrets. Censored gave the secret documents to censored. This is how it works. So slash backslash w plus, what it is doing, it is looking for the words that is after the word agent, and as there is a empty space, so it is not looking for those empty spaces here. And for agent Alice and agent Bob, both are replaced by the word censored. Now sometimes we may need to use the matched text itself as a part of substitution. In the first argument to sub, we can type \1, \2 and \3 and so on to mean enter the text of group 1, 2, 3 and so on in the substitution. For example, say we want to censor the names of the secret agents by showing just the first letters of their names. To do this, we could use the regex agent \w then \w star. So what will \w do? Backslash will read the first alphabet of the agent's name. \w star means any other character after that name other than \w means the first alphabet of the agent's name, and \star, what does it mean? Star means 0 or more occurrence, and \w means any character or any character like letters, numbers and underscore character. And pass are, and inside the single quotes we have to pass for group 1 as \1 followed by 4 stars. For group 2 it will be, so if I write it as \1 and then followed by 4 stars as the first argument to sub 1, the \1 is that string will be replaced by whatever text was matched by group 1, that is the \w group of the regular expression. Now let's just try this code that is given here in PyCharm. It is the same code, and in the input string it is written here as agent Alice told agent Carol that agent Eve knew agent Bob was a double agent. So if I run this code, so it is A 4 stars told C 4 stars. So I will just read it as Alice told Carol that Eve knew Bob was a double agent. So it is censored. Their names are censored by the first character, the first alphabet of their names followed by 4 stars. So this is it about substituting strings with the sub method. And the next topic we have is managing complex regex regular expressions. So managing complex regexes. How can we manage how to manage complex regexes? Regular expressions are fine if the text pattern we need to match is simple, but matching complicated text patterns might require long, convoluted regular expressions. We can mitigate this by telling the recompile function to ignore white space and comments. inside the regular expression string. This verbose mode can be enabled by passing the variable re.verbose as the second argument of the recompile. So now suppose, let me write this code as an example for you. So see here, if we are using this line number 3, this line of code, you can see that it is too much complex. It is nothing but it is the code. This one is for the first 3 numbers of a mobile number, then this is the pipe symbol, then we have other for other 3 numbers, then again we have a hyphen also here. This is going to be optional totally. Then this is another 3 numbers, and then another 4 numbers, and then we also have to check for the extension if any extensions are given there. So it has become very much complex. If I run this code, no worries, it will give me the output with whatever number it has found, but it is not clear. We cannot it is not that readable. If anyone has to change this codes, or if anyone has to understand, then this is going to be very difficult. Now if I execute these lines of code, so see this, how is it done? It is, instead of the single quotes, triple quotes are given here, 3 single quotes. Then inside the brackets everything is written separately. The first part, this is for the area code, then we have for the separator, then we have for the first 3 digits, then we have another separator, then we have the last 4 digits, and then at last we have the extension. Everything is written separately, and it is now much more readable for the user or for the programmer. And at the ending also it has to be closed with 3 single quotes, then a comma, and the second argument would be re dot verbose. And if I execute this set of statements, it is also going to work in the same way. But what is the good thing here, that it is much more readable for the programmer, and if anyone has to change any codes here, then that person can do it in a very better way. So how is it actually working here? Note how the previous example uses the triple quote syntax to create a multi-line string, so that we can spread the regular expression definition over many lines, making it much more legible. The comment rules inside the regular expression string are the same as regular Python code. The hash symbol and everything after it to the end of the line are ignored. Also, the extra spaces inside the multi-line string for the regular expression are not considered part of the text pattern to be matched. This lets us organize the regular expression so it is easier to read. This is the main use, and now we know how to manage complex regular expressions whatever we are writing the codes. Now let's go to the next topic, which is combining re.ignore case, re.all, and re.verbose. Now what if we want to use re.verbose to write comments in a regular expression, but also want to use re.ignore case to ignore capitalization. Unfortunately, the re.compile function takes only a single value as its second argument. We can get around this limitation by combining the re.ignore case, re.all, and re.verbose variables using the pipe character, which in this context is known as the bitwise OR operator. So if we want a regular expression that's case insensitive and includes new lines to match the dot character, we would form our recompile call like this by writing some regex, this is the name of the variable, then re.compile, foo is the search string, and then after the comma re.ignore case pipe symbol followed by re.all, and next all three options for the second argument will look like this. The same thing, the same variable name, re.compile, then the search string followed by re.ignore case pipe symbol re.all pipe symbol, then again re.verbose. So this is how we can combine ignore case, all, and verbose. So now the next thing that we are going to cover is we are going to make a small project which would extract the phone number and email address. So now say we have the boring task of finding every phone number and email address in a long web page or document. If we normally scroll through the page, we might end up searching for a long time. But if we had a program that could search the text in our clipboard for phone numbers and email address, we could simply press Ctrl A to select all the text and Ctrl C to copy it to the clipboard and then run our program. It could replace the text on the clipboard with just the phone numbers and email addresses it finds. Whenever we are tackling a new project, it can be tempting to dive right into writing codes. But more often than not, it is best to take a step back and consider the big picture. It's recommended to first drawing up a high level plan for what our program needs to do. Don't think about the actual code yet. We can worry about that later. Right now, just stick to the broad strokes. For example, a phone and email address extractor will need to do the following. First step is get the text of the clipboard. Then the next step is find all phone numbers and email address in the text and paste them onto the clipboard. Now we can start thinking about how this might work in code. The code will need to do the following. What are the various tasks? First, we have to use the paperclip module to copy and paste strings. Then create to regex one of the matching phone numbers and other for matching email addresses. Then the next step is to find all matches, not just the first match, but both the regular expressions for phone number and email address. Then neatly format the matched strings into a single string to paste. Then display some kind of message if no messages are found in the text. So this list is like a roadmap for the project. As we write the code, we can focus on each of these steps separately. Each step is fairly manageable and expressed in terms of things we already know how to do in Python. The first step is to create a regex for phone numbers. Now here, whatever the code is given here, whatever this complex code is given here, we already did this before. I'm not going to explain it to you in this. Then after that, the phone number. Now here, just see it. The phone numbers begin with an optional area code. So the area code group is followed with a question mark. Since the area code can be just 3 digits, that is backslash d 3 or 3 digits within parenthesis, that is in this format, we should have a pipe joining those parts. We can add the regex comment hash area code to this part of the multi-line string to help us remember what this lines is supposed to match. Then the phone number separator character can be a space, a hyphen, or a period. So these parts should also be joined by pipes. The next few parts of the regular expression are straightforward, 3 digits followed by another separator and followed by 4 digits. Then we have the last part is an optional extension made up of any number of spaces followed by ext or x or ext dot followed by 2 or 5 digits. This line, it can be ext or x or ext dot followed by 2 or 5 digits. Next we have to create a regex for email address. How can we do that? Just take a variable as email regex equal to recompile, and this remains the same. The next line is this, which can have A to Z in lowercase, A to Z in uppercase, then 0 to 9, then a dot, underscore, percent symbol, plus, minus, and all this will come under username. There is a plus symbol because it will have one or more. So username, then next we have the @ symbol, then we have the domain name. After the domain name we have dot something. For that we are going to write as backslash then dot. Dot is the wild character here. Then this is the dot which is given after the domain name followed by any characters in lowercase or uppercase, and it is going to be of the length 2 to 4. The username part of the email address is one or more characters that can be any of the following: lowercase, uppercase letters, numbers, a dot, underscore, a percent sign, a plus sign, or a hyphen. We can put all of this into a character class in this form. The domain and username are separated by an @ symbol. The domain name has a slightly less permissive character class with only letters, numbers, periods, and hyphens, and it is in this format. Then last will be the .com part, technically known as the top level domain, which can really be dot anything. This is between 2 or 4 characters. The format for email address has a lot of weird rules. These regular expressions won't match every possible valid email address but it will match almost any typical email address we will encounter. Now the next work is to find all matches in the clipboard text. Now that we have specified the regular expressions for phone numbers and email addresses, you can let Python's remodule do the hard work of finding all the matches on the clipboard. The hyperclip.paste function will get a string value of the text on the clipboard, and the findall regex method will return a list of tuples. Here is the code. Text equal to str hyperclip.paste. Then a for loop is executed there. Groups in phone regex dot findall text. Then it will print all the phone numbers. It will join all the phone numbers with a hyphen. It will join all the groups of every phone number with a hyphen, and it will, the main task of it is to, for these lines, the main task of it is to uh, take all the phone numbers from the text and print it on the output console, and for this its work is to print all the email address. There is one tuple for each match, and each tuple contains strings for each group in the regular expression. Remember that group 0 matches the entire regular expression, so the group at index 0 of the tuple is the one we are interested in. As we can see at line number 1, we will store the matches in a list variable named matches. It starts off as an empty list and a couple of loops. For the email address, we append group 0 of each match 3. For the matched phone numbers, we don't want to just append group 0. While the program detects phone numbers in several formats, we want the phone number appended to be in a single standard format. The phone number variable contains a string built from groups 1, 3, 5 and 8 of the matched text. These groups are the area code. First 3 digits, then last 4 digits, and then the extension. Now the fourth step is to join the matches into a string for the clipboard. Now that we have the email address and phone numbers as a list of strings and matches, we want to put them on the clipboard or the output console screen. The hyperclip.copy function takes only a single string value, not a list of strings. So you call the join method on matches. To make it easier to see that the program is working, let's print any matches we find with the terminal, and if no phone number or email addresses are found, the program should tell the user this. So this is the code to copy all the desired output, all the desired matches in the clipboard, and as well as print it on the screen on the output console. If nothing is found, then it will just print there as no phone number or email address found. Now I have already written the code. Just go to this link. As there were no phone numbers and email addresses on that page, and here also I cannot see any, so I would just go on the contacts page, and I will type here as Control All and Control C for copy. You can copy it this way also. Just remember one thing while writing the codes, don't write don't write these things 3 1 2. Then here also we have 1 2 and 3 written. You don't have to write these things, and don't forget for the indentations that has to be used. So let's go to the code and check how does it work. I have already copied everything from here, and before that, the first thing you have to do is you have to import REN paperclip. This is the code for the phone number regex. Then this is the code for email address regex. This is the code to check what is there in the clipboard. First, this line number 24, this text variable will store all the data that is stored in the clipboard, that I copied it, and then everything will be stored in the matches, and then everything will be printed by using these lines on the output screen, as well as it will be stored in the clipboard again. So it is already in my clipboard. I will just run this code. Now just see here that all the phone numbers that were found there, this is one phone number, this is another, then one more phone number, and this is the fourth one. Then these all email addresses were found on that web page. Now let's just go and check it on the website. These are the email addresses. These were the various email addresses that were found there, and the phone number, there is one phone number, then this is one phone number, then this is another phone number, and here we have another one. These are phone numbers, and all these email addresses were printed there in the output. So this is how to create a small project to extract phone number and email address from the clipboard and store the desired output in the clipboard again. Now let's go to the next chapter, that is chapter 8, reading and writing files.
Okay, so let us start with our next chapter now, and let's go inside it. Let's see what is it. So our next chapter name is Read and Writing Files. In this reading and writing files, we will be learning about how you can read, open, and write the files in Python, how you can use a Python program, how you can write a Python program to open a file, to read a file, and to write a file. There are many different ways of doing that, and we will be learning about all the functions which are used to do that. So let's start with this chapter, guys. In the introduction of this chapter, it is written that variables are a fine way to store data while your program is running. But if you want your data to persist even after your program has finished, you need to save it into a file. You can think of a file contents as a single string value, potentially gigabytes in size. In this chapter, you will learn about how you can use Python to create, read, and save files on hard drive. So in this chapter, we are going to learn about all these things, guys. Let us quickly jump onto the content. And our first topic of this chapter is going to be files and file paths. So let us see what are files and what are file paths. So a file has two key properties, file name and a path. As we already know, the path specifies the location of the file on the computer. For example, there is a file on my Windows 7 laptop with the file name projects.docs. So let's say there is some file in the file path. This is the path, guys. C drive, then users, then this is the name of the user, and this is the documents folder. So project.docs is saved onto this particular path. This is what we call as file path, and this is what we call as file name. So then part of the file name after the last period is called as file extension and tells you the type of the file. So here project.docs after this period is dot, here it is written as docs, docs. Docs represents that it's a Word document. If it was XLSX, then it would be an Excel file. If it would have been PPT, it would be a PowerPoint file. If it would be PDF, then it would be an Acrobat Reader file. If it would be an JPEG, it would be an image file. So things like that. I hope you have understood this. And users, this particular user and the document all refers. So this particular user, which is specified into this path, and the document folder, which is inside this particular users, are all referred to the folders, also called as directories. A normal folder, or you can say directories. Folder can contain files and other folders. For example, project.docs is in the documents folder, which is inside the this folder, which is inside the users folder, and it shows the following organization. So basically, this is the documents folder in which this project.docs file is saved into this documents folder, and that documents folder is inside this folder, and this folder is inside users folder, and it's inside a C drive. So the pictorial representation would look like this, where inside C, users, then inside users, we have this folder, and inside this, we have documents, and inside that, we have project.docs. I hope you have understood this. So the C part of the path is the root folder. Well, guys, this C is a root folder. This is a root folder, guys, which contains all the other folders. So all the remaining folders, these remaining folders are inside the main root folder. This is your drive. On Windows, the root folder is named as C, and it is also called as C drive. On OS X and Linux, any other OS, the root folder is slash. So you can see that here it says backslash. Well, we will be talking about backslash and forward slash very soon in future in our video. So in this video only we'll discuss about that. In different OS it is different. In this book I'll be using Windows style root folder, which is this backslash. But usually forward slash is there for it. So it depends upon your system to system. If you are entering an interactive shell example, OS X or Linux, enter forward slash instead. So it depends upon your system to system how they are represented in different operating systems. So that's it. So this is your file structure. I hope you have understood this well. Additional volumes such as DVD drives or USB thumb drives, or in case of pen drives, we appear differently on will appear differently on different operating systems. On Windows, they appear as new lettered root drives such as D or E or C or any F. On other OSs, they appear as a new folder inside the volumes folder. On Linux, they appear as a new folder under the MNT or mount folder. And also note that while the folder names and the file names are not case sensitive on Windows and OS, they are case sensitive on Linux. So case sensitiveness is not there in Windows and other OSs, but except for Linux. Linux it is case sensitive. You should remember that. Backslash on Windows and forward slash on other OSs and Linux. So this is just a small thing that I've already told you, that backslashes are used for the Windows and other OSs, but forward slash is used for other parts as such as Linux. Next, fortunately, this is the simple to do with os.path join function. So if you are getting confused that what backslash should I use? If you are getting confused, what slash should I use? Either backslash or forward slash. You don't have to worry about that. If you forget about in which OS we use which kind of slash, you don't have to worry about that. You can just use this command os.path.join function, which is part of the OS module, which we are going to learn very soon in our next part of this video, where I'll be telling you about how we can use OS module in Python. This is a command from OS module, which allows you to automatically join or write the path depending upon what OS you are on to. So if you pass it in the string value of the individual file and the folder name in your path, OS.path join will return a string with a file path using correct path separators automatically. So for example, let us see an example. I'm opening PyCharm. And here I've written import OS. Of course, I'm using an OS module here, and inside OS module there is something called as path, and inside path we have this join function. So you can see that I have called OS dot path, and then I have called this function which is join. In this join function, I have passed three folders. So user, then bin, and spam as the three argument as the string. If I run this, and I have whole written this whole command into this print statement so that we can see the output. So if I right click and run this program, you can see that it automatically creates the path for you using this join function. And it depends, it automatically will work on Windows, it will automatically work on other operating systems and other Linux systems as well. So in Linux, automatically it will put a forward slash. So you don't have to worry about which forward slash or backslash, which slash to use. Automatically, if you use this join function from this OS module, you can automatically create paths. You just have to say join, and inside join function, you have to pass the arguments. Now, these can be any number of arguments. It can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, it can be 5. These will become the folders separated by these slashes in between according to your OS, and automatically you can create a path like this. So this join function does that path. I hope you have understood this well, guys. And remember that join is inside the path, which is inside the OS module. So first we imported the OS module, and then we use the join function, which is inside path and which is inside OS module. So I hope you have understood this. Coming back to our next page here, see, in this example, they have shown it in a different style where they might be using any other operating system. So in that particular operating system, it came like this. So that's it. The OS path join function is helpful if you need to create strings for file names. These strings will be passed to several of the file related functions introduced in this chapter. For example, the following example join names from a list of file names to end a folder's name. Now, for example, I'm going to directly show you the program so you better understand that. I am going to directly open this and I can show you what I have done here. So I have first imported the OS module, and inside this I have created a list where in the list name is my files, and inside the list we have passed three string items inside the list, which is accounts.txt, details.csv, and invite.docs. So these are the name of the files with the extensions I have written already. You might be already understanding this by now. Details is another file with the CSV format. Invite is another file which is a docs format. That means this is a Word file, this is a CSV file or an Excel file. You can say this is comma separated value. So this generally opens in your Excel file only, and this is a normal notepad file. Well, note down that these are not the real files. These are just the string values that we have passed inside this list to mimic how we can pass file names also, and we can use a list inside our for loop, and then we can use this OS path join. I hope you have understood this. So I have written for file name in my files, and inside this I have written os.path.join, and inside this I have passed the path. So it says C. Inside C we have users. Inside users we have this username, and inside this we have file name. So file name is the loop variable of this for loop, which is iterating over this list called my files. So every time this for loop will run, this my files value will change. So there will be three outputs, and that will be C users this username and then that particular file. So when the loop will run for the first time, the value of this file name will be account.txt. Then in the second time, the file name will be details.csv, and the third time the file name will be invite.docs. So if I run this program, you can see that automatically it created the path of these particular files. Correct? I hope you have understood this well. No problems in this particular program. So basically, I have just passed these three file names, and these are not the real files. These are just the string values inside this list, and we have passed that list inside our for loop, and we have used join function, and we have passed two arguments. Now every time this join function will join this and this particular file name, and it will produce that particular path automatically according to the system you are using this command into. Then moving on to our next current working directory. If you are not sure about which current directory you are into, you can use this command called os.getcwd. So let's read that. Every program that runs on your computer has a current working directory or CWD. Any file names or paths that do not begin with the root folder are assumed to be under the current working directory. You can get the current working directory as a string value with the os.getCW function and change it with OS.chdir, change directory command. Let us directly see the program for it. I'm going to open up my PyCharm, and I have already created that program for you guys. So see, let's say I have this program. I have imported this OS. Right now, I don't know that in which directory this program is being stored. I don't know where this program has been created. This os.get.py. I don't know where this program is created. So what did I do is I printed os.getcwd. As soon as I do that, see, os.cwd will not print anything. That is why I am writing it inside the print statement, so it prints the output. And if I run this program, you can see that this current program is right now running into this particular current directory, D drive, documents, Python, Python module 3, and inside this files and path, this program is saved. So if I open this, you can see that it's under my C, this PC, D, documents, Python, Python module 6, programs, and inside this files and path, and inside this is the particular program. So this program is stored into this particular directory, right, in the folder. So it is showing me that using this getcwd command. If I want to change this directory, I can change the directory by writing oschdr, and inside this, if I write this particular path, which is inside C drive, Windows, and system32, this is going to change the directory and it will go into that particular directory. So as soon as I run this program, this command got executed and this did not print anything. After changing the directory, I printed where we are working, in which current directory we are working, and it printed C, Windows, and System32, as you can see. So right now in the first line, I printed which was the current directory for us. We were working on this directory. Then I said I want to change the directory to this particular directory. And then I said print it again, and it printed this. So it went inside this particular directory. But what if I change the directory to a place where the folder does not exist? Say for example, there is no folder called this folder does not exist into our C drive. So if I run this, it will give us an error. Why error? It says file not found error. The system cannot find the particular specified file. So this is the error. Why? Because first we printed the directory, it was in the current directory. Then we changed the directory to system32, it got changed. But after that, we changed that to some unknown directory and then we printed it. So that directory does not exist, so it directly gave us the error. Will display an error if you try to change the directory that does not exist. I hope you have understood. These two commands are going to be used frequently while we are working with the programs in this particular chapter. I hope you are understanding this well. So get CWD is for getting current working directory, and this CHDIR is for change directory. That's it for this particular topic, guys. Then there's nothing to worry about all these things. We have already covered all these things. So already here the current working directory, and this is the change directory. Okay. Next, our next topic is absolute versus relative path. What is this absolute and relative path? So guys, path you have already known about now. What is path? That particular file path we are talking about here in this topic. There are two types of file paths. One is absolute path and another is relative path. What is an absolute path and what is a relative path? An absolute path is path which always begins with the root folder. So it will always begin with the C drive. For example, I'll show you in the next page. A relative path is a path which is relative to the program's current working directory. There are also the dot and dot folders. These are not real folders, but special names that can be used in a path. A single period or dot, for example, is the shorthand for this directory. So if I use a single dot, then it will represent it's this directory. And if I use two dots, means it's the parent folder. Let us see what's all about that. Say, for example, let us see the current image here. This is the whole file structure where we have C. Inside C, we have bacon as a folder, we have eggs as a folder, and we have spam.txt. Inside C and then bacon, we have fizz folder and spam.txt. Inside fizz, we have spam.txt, another spam. Inside the eggs, we have another spam.txt, and this spam.txt is directly inside our C drive. I hope you have understood this well. Now, if I talk about the relative path and absolute path, if I say relative path, two dots, as told in the previous page, two dot means the parent folder. So if I say here two dots, two dot is representing this C drive, which is the parent folder or the root folder. If in the absolute path, if I say uh, single dot, then it would represent this directory, which we are going to discuss. See, if in this case we say single dot, it would say the current working directory. So if we are currently working in this bacon folder. Okay. So as soon as I say single dot, it will point towards this particular folder. If suppose, let's say, if suppose we were working on this spam.txt, again it would represent this folder only. Which directory? This is the directory. Well, this is the file. If we were working with this particular spam file, then if I say here dot, it would represent this fizz folder. So whichever current directory you're working on, that particular directory would be represented by this single dot. Then here, see, we will see all the different types of commands one by one. Double dot, as you already know, it's a root folder. In absolute paths, we will say it as this, like this only. Well, absolute path, we always start with this. Well, in relative path, we directly say double dot. If we say in relative path dot, it would represent the current directory. But if we say C and bacon, this is the current working directory for us. If I say dot and then fizz, so it says that in the current directory, we need fizz. So in the current directory, we are inside the fizz. Well, fizz is also inside the bacon folder, right? So same here also, this is absolute path, C, then bacon, then fizz. I hope you are getting this. We said dot fizz slash spam.txt. So in the current working directory, inside this fizz, inside this spam.txt. In absolute path, we have to write the whole long command, which is c, then bacon, then fizz, then spam.txt. This is the difference between absolute path and relative path. If I say double dot and then eggs, then it directly says double dot means parent directory, right? So inside this C, we are directly pointing towards this folder X. Here we would write it as C and then X as an absolute path. If I say double dot eggs and then spam, so it is saying inside the parent directory, inside the X folder, go to spam.txt. See, inside the parent directory, inside the X folder, inside this spam.txt. Same thing, if I write it in absolute path, it would be like this: C, then X, then spam.txt. Next, if I say directly double dot, then spam.txt, it will represent this parent folder and then directly to this particular file. So it is pointing towards this file, which is directly stored inside this root directory. So in absolute way, we have to write C then spam.txt. So guys, this is the difference between absolute paths and relative path. In relative path, instead of using the whole, as we have already seen here, absolute path, which always begin with the root folder. So every time you have to represent this C, C, C everywhere. But in relative path, we do it with the dots, as simple. In relative path, we are using dots. Everywhere we are using dot. But in case of absolute path, everywhere we are starting with the C directory, directly from the root folder. I hope you have understood this. Okay. Next, creating, you guys have to remember this. Well, by the way, guys, you have to remember this because later on in future, in our same video, we are going to talk directly about the relative and absolute paths. So you need to remember this difference between absolute and relative path. Next, how you can create new folders with OS make dirs. You can create a folder using make dirs. This is a special command through which you can actually create directories, whole directories. Your program can create new folders directories with the os.makedir function. So well, I'll directly go to my PyCharm and here we have this make dirs. So see, we have first imported OS. And it's because make dir comes from this OS module, we have to use import OS first, and after that we can use it. So I said OS dot, and I said make dirs, so make directories, and then I have passed the whole path where I want to create a new folder. So I said inside my D, inside my documents, inside my Python folder, inside my Python module 3 folder, inside examples, there you create new folder. Okay. So I'll show you. See, right now I'll go back and let us say inside this files and path. Examples. See, I have these new folder 1, new folder 2, new folder 3 already created. Let us say I want to create a new folder 4 here. What I can do is I can just change this to 4. And because I have given the whole path before that particular new folder 4, and it is written inside mkdirs, it is going to create a new folder as soon as I run this program. So you see, if I right now, there is no new folder 4, right? So as soon as I go back to my PyCharm, and if I run this, it did not show anything on the output screen. But when I go back to my folder, you see that new folder 4 got created. So this is the command which helps us to create new folders. We can create new directories, a whole directory, new directory. And how to create a new folder or a file, we will talk about that later on. But this is how you can create a directory, or you can directly say a folder, because your folder or directory are exactly the same thing as we have already learned in the beginning of this chapter already, right? So make dirs is a function which is going to allow you to create folders of your own, but that folder has to be specified with the whole path, that this folder has to be created into this particular path. I hope you have understood this. If you have any doubts, you guys should comment on our comment section and we are going to clear this for you. So in this example program that they have given, they have first imported the OS and then they have used os.make dirs, and inside that they have written this path. So inside C, delicious, walnut and waffles. Here, waffles will be created inside walnut folder and then delicious folder. So basically, the whole path will be created. Inside the C drive, first it will create delicious folder, then it will create walnut folder, then it will create waffles folder if it is not there. But in my case, already the previous path was already there. D documents, Python module, this path was already present. So it just created this new folder 4, which was not there in this particular path. If I again run the same program, it will give me an error because it says it can't create a new folder because the file already exists. That is why I changed it to a new number so that it creates a new folder which is not there and it executes successfully. So now it did not give us any error. And if I go back, you see that new folder 5 got created. But because now it is already created, if I run this code again, it will give us an error. That file exists error. Already that file, particular file, new folder 5 already exists and you are trying to override that, which is not possible. That is why. In case of this, I do not have this path inside my computer. So if I run this, it will create a new folder called delicious. Inside that, it will automatically create a walnut folder. Inside that, automatically it will create the waffles folder. I hope you're getting this. So nothing else to tell you about this particular topic now. We have learnt about the 4 things. Let us quickly revise that. I'll go back to my PyCharm and directly I'll tell you with the help of programs. And in this file and file path, the very first thing that have learned is OS.path join, where we can just pass the string as an argument of this join function, and it is going to automatically create the particular path for us. If we are not able to understand, or if we don't understand, or if we don't remember which OS we are working with, so automatically path will be created using this particular command called join function. Then we went into this, and here we learned about how we can create different paths using a for loop, using a join command, join function. So we put this join function inside this for loop, and inside the for loop we passed a list which was already having the files inside it. So on the same path, these files we created the path of different files. Well, note down that this will not create a directory. Directories will be created by make dirs. This is not going to create the directories. It is just going to show you the path that you want to create using a join function. It will not do anything physically in your computer though. Then we learned about this os.getCwd. So this was your current working directory. So os.current working directory and os.chdr change directory. I hope you understood this well, guys. So get CWD will get you the current working directory which you are working into right now, and CHDIR will help you to change the directory from the current directory which you are already in. And if you pass any folder, any path which is not existed in your computer, then it will give you an error directly. So you cannot change the directory to a path which does not exist. And get CWD is for getting the current working directory. Then at last we learned about this program where I told you how to make directories using os.makeDirs command. Well, this is a function in OS module. That is why first we are importing OS module and then we are using it. So that's all about this particular topic. Guys, I hope you have understood this well. And if you have any doubts related to this topic, tell us in the comment section below. We are going to clear all your doubts. Next is OS.path module. Okay, guys. So our next topic is the OS.path module. Okay. So in the previous topic, we were talking about the path.join method, right? We talked about path.join, we talked about path.mk, make dir, then we talked about chdir. So those were the commands which we were talking, and those were very limited commands. Now let us explore this os.path module a little bit more, and we'll learn about more functions which are there available to us that we can use in our programs and which is in your syllabus. So the OS.path module, as it says, let us talk about what is that. The OS.path module contains many helpful functions related to file names and file paths. So I hope now you are understanding what is file names and what is file paths. There are two types of path we have discussed, absolute path and relative path. For instance, you have already used os.path join. Yes, this is what I was talking about. To build paths in a way that will work on any operating system. Since os.path is a module inside OS module, you can import it by simply running this import OS command. Whenever your program needs to work with files, folders, or file paths, you can refer the short examples in this section. Well, where it is telling us that only few examples are shown here, which is in your syllabus. Other examples, if you want to see the full documentation, you can go to this particular website if you want to learn more on os.path module. Well, let us come to our main topic, which is handling absolute and relative path. So guys, we talked about what is absolute and relative paths, right? Absolute path will always start from the root folder, while relative path will always start from either a single dot or a double dot. In the previous topic, we have learned that, right? Let us now see how we can actually handle that. To handle that, we have these three commands. So as you can see here, the OS.path module provides functions for returning the absolute path of a relative path and for checking whether the path is an absolute path or not. These are those some of the functions which helps us to verify that. So this os.path.abs will return a string of an absolute path of the argument. This is an easy way to convert a relative path into an absolute one. Okay. What we do is, in this particular, when you use this command, if you pass an relative path inside this method called abs path, it is going to convert that particular relative path into an absolute path for you. It is the very easy way to convert relative path to an absolute one. Let us see that first. I'm going to go to my PyCharm where I have already written the program for you guys. Here, this is a example program. Okay. So you see guys, os.path.abs path, and inside this we have provided dot, and inside the string, because of course it is the path, right? And paths has to be written inside the string. So we have provided this dot. Now if you remember, what is this dot? This dot is representing the relative path of the current working directory, right? If you directly say only single dot, it will tell us that you are in the current working directory. So this is a relative path of the current working directory. And that relative path I have passed inside this ABS method, which is going to convert this current working directory in relative path from relative path to the absolute path. So if I run this code, you see what happens. See, this is the dot which is telling us the current working directory, and this current working directory which is written in the relative path got changed into an absolute path for the current working directory. This is the absolute path of the current working directory, which is the OS.path module. Right now you can see we are onto the OS.path module folder, which is the current working directory for us in the program 1, right? And current working directory is represented by dot in relative path, and its absolute path is this particular path. So it converted this relative path into an absolute path, which is printed right in the output, as you can see, guys. I hope you have understood this well. Next, let us see another example. In the next example, we have written os.path.abs path. So again, whatever I'm going to pass inside this ABS path, that path is going to convert from relative to absolute path, right? So here it's a relative path. It is telling in the current working directory, I am talking about scripts folder. Okay. So this is just a string, right? It's the relative path of this scripts folder. I have passed this relative path into this ABS path. That means this is going to convert this relative path into an absolute path, right? So it says current working directory, and inside the current working directory scripts. So see, in the next line, it printed the absolute path of that particular relative path. This is, well, this is the relative path, and this in the output screen is the absolute path of that particular relative path. I hope you have understood this. Now, next, you have understood this ABS path nicely. These two commands are done. You have understood this. Now there is another method called OS.path.isABS, which is going to return true if the argument is an absolute path or false if it is a relative path. Directly, let's go to our PyCharm and understand this. You know what? This is ABS is going to tell us that if this is an absolute path or a relative path. If you have passed a relative path, because right now this is a relative path and it is not an absolute path, it is going to return us false. Okay. So, see, false. It told us that this is not a absolute path. But if this was an absolute path, it would have returned true. But in this case, this is a relative path. This relative path is telling us current working directory. As we know that dot is used to represent the current working directory in relative path. That is why it is not an absolute path. That is why it printed false. As simple as that. Next one. OS.path is ABS, and then again I have passed the same path, this method, right inside this is ABS. Now guys, don't need to get confused at all. In simple words, what we have learned from ABS path, that this method is going to convert any relative path into an absolute path, right? So what was this dot? This is the current working directory of the relative path in the relative path. And when we convert it into an absolute path, it gets converted into an absolute path with this method. We were doing that, right? In the previous two examples. So this whole dot got first converted to an absolute path, and then we fed that absolute path into isABS method. That is why it is returning true. Now this isABS method is going to return true if there is a relative path inside it, right? So what we did is, if there is a absolute path inside it, right? So what we did is we passed a relative path into abs.path method, which converted this relative path to an absolute path, and now it became an absolute path. That is why isABS is returning us true here. I hope you have understood this well. It's very simple, guys. No need to get confused in this program. It's very, very simple. All right. Moving on to my next topic. OS.path.rel path will return a string of relative path from the start path to a path. It's a little bit confusing, right? We'll directly see the program. You know, if start is not provided, the current working directory is used as the start path. Okay, let us directly come to the program and see. Here. Okay. Let's come to this program right here. All right. So os.path.rel path, and inside this we have given the path, and this is the starting point, right? That is what we have learned, right? Well, this is the path and this is the start of the path. Exactly. So this is the path and this is the start of the path. There are two arguments that we are passing inside this rel path method. So I have said os.path.rel path. I have called this method, and inside this first I have given the path, which is C/Windows. So we are talking about the Windows folder which is inside our C drive. So we have provided this path, which is an absolute path. And we have told that this is the start of the path. Okay. So what it will do is it will print the folder which we are targeting towards. So it should print Windows. So if I run this, you see it printed Windows for us, right? We said this is the path and this is the start of that particular path. Whatever is there inside that path will be printed, which is Windows. I hope you understood this well. Rel path. Let's see another example. We have said os.path.rel path. This is the path and this is the start of the path. Okay, so C and inside Windows, C inside spam inside the egg. We have to start from here. Okay, which is the parent directory. So what it printed, we started from a parent directory, then again we went inside the parent directory, and then we targeted the Windows folder. So our ultimate path is towards this. This is the target. And this is just the starting point. If you don't give the starting point also, it is going to take the starting point as default as your current working directory. So that is why we have printed os.get cwd, which is telling us that we were right now inside this OS.path module. Is that clear to you guys? I hope you have understood this well. So this is your rel path. So that's it for this topic. And let's move on to the another one. Okay. There are other methods also. Okay. Calling os.path dot dir name. This is another method which we are going to talk about now. os.path dot dir name will return the string of everything that comes before the last slash of the path argument. Calling os.path base name path will return a string of everything that comes after the slash. Okay, this is very confusing, guys, right? Let me explain you very an easy way. Let's say this is our example program, example path. This is the final thing that we are targeting, right? This is what we call as base name. So inside our C drive, inside our Windows, inside our system.32, inside that we have calculator.exe. This is the calculator program that we have by default in our Windows. And the last item, which is after the last slash, is going to be the base name, and the before part after the last forward slash, after the last slash, is going to be the directory name. For example, now if you want to get the directory name, the dir name, and a base name of a particular path, you can use these two methods called as dir name and another method called as base name, path.base name. Let us directly come to the program and I'll show you, explain you directly. See, for example, don't need to get confused, guys. It's very simple. Import OS. I have taken a variable called path, and inside that path, I have just passed a path as a string value. Okay. So inside our single quotes, I have just passed this string value, and that string value is a absolute path of this calculator.exe file. I said os.path base name, and I've passed this variable inside this. And see, it should return calc.exe, correct? Because calc.exe is the base name of this particular path, right? And when I say os.path dir name and then path, which is right here, it should print this part, correct? So let us quickly run this program and see. You see, when I printed this, it printed calc.exe, which is the base name of this whole path. This is the base name. And dir name means directory name, which is this right here before the previous slash, this whole thing. That's it. It's very simple, guys. No need to get confused in this. Base name is just the very last name which we are targeting, and dir name or directory name is the whole path which is written just before the last slash of any path. That's it. That's it. All right. Moving on to the next one. If you need the path dir name and base name together, okay, you can just call os.path.split and get the tuple value of these two strings like so. Directly, let's see the program for that. Okay. So see, no need to worry about anything, guys. It's very easy. See, we have taken a variable called calc file path. This is just a normal variable. It looks a little long variable, but it's just a normal variable. You can write anything here. You can write here a also instead of this. To make it more logical in the program, I have taken this name as the variable name. I've said equals to, and I've passed this path as a string value, the same path which we used here. This is the same path that I'm passing. Okay. And I said print os.path.split. Now split is another function in Python which is going to tell you the base name and dir name. Okay. So well, split, I said I passed the same variable. Okay. If I run this, see what happens. It gave me a tuple. You have already learned about tuple before, right? Tuples are those data types which can hold the values just like list, but these are permanent. They cannot be changed. Okay. Then here split will what it will do is it will split the dir name and the base name of that particular path automatically, and it will give you a tuple. So I have got a tuple. Inside that tuple, the first item is the dir name and the second item is the base name. This is what this split function does. Easy, very easy. Also, if you don't want to use the split function, you can just print os.path dir name and os.path base name, and it will also give you the same thing, same tuple of dir name and base name. This is what this split function is doing, guys. That's it. Nothing is complex in this. It's very easy. Okay, that's it. But remember that os.path.split is a nice shortcut if you need both values. Okay. Also note that os.path.split does not take any file path and return a list of strings of each folder. For that, use a split string method and split one string as os.sep. Well, no need of doing all these things. You have already understood about what I'm trying to say. All right. Now that you have understood about the split function, next is finding file sizes and folder contents. Once you have ways of handling file paths, you can then start gathering information about specific files and folders, such as you can check the file size and check the folder size and check the folder contents of that particular thing. So the os.path module provides function for finding size of a file in bytes and the file and folders inside a given folder. To know about the size of that particular file which is there inside the path, you use os.path.getSize and you pass the path where you want to return the size in bytes for that particular file in that particular path. Then we have os.listdir, which is going to return the list of all the directories which are present in that particular path. Very simple. Let us understand it directly with the help of an example program. There you go. So I have said import os. I said os.path get size and I've passed this same path. So I'm passing the same calculator.exe path. This path actually exists, guys. This is where you can find the calculator application in your system. So it is going to give me the size of that calculator application which is installed in our computers, which is stored in the C, Windows, System32 and calc.exe. And this is going to give us the name of all the folders which are there inside this System32. If I run this code, you see this is the size of our calculator.exe file which is there into our System32 folder. So in bytes, so it is 45,056 bytes of application. This calculator is of 45,056 bytes in our systems. And this list dir is telling me the name of the folders as a list item. These are all the name of the, see, these are all the name of the folders which are present into my System32 folder. See, all the every content is shown here. All the directories, all the folders, all the files which are saved into my system32. It's a very big folder, so you can see how many values are there inside this. I hope you understood this well, right? So list dir is going to just show the content of this particular targeted folder or the path. And this get size is going to tell you the size of that particular targeted or that particular path which we are trying to see. I hope you have understood this well. Next. So as you can see, the calculator.program on our computer is different. Well, for him it is different. And I have lots of files in CN32. If I want to find the total size of all the files in this directory, I can use os.path.getSize and os.listdir together. Okay, let us directly jump to the program. And I'll explain you about that really quick. Okay, if you want to find the total size of all the files in this directory, which is system32, we can use os.path getSize and os.listdir together. How? Let us see in the program. Import os. Then I have taken a variable called total size, which is initialized to 0 in the beginning. I created a for loop, and inside this, I said file name is the name of the loop variable, which is going to iterate over the list of items inside this system32. See, I directly passed this listdir method into our for loop, because this listdir, what it will do, it will just list out all the files which are there inside this system32 on this path, right? And this file name will start iterating over each and every file one by one by one by one with all the files which are there inside this system32 files. And it is going to tell us the total size by taking the total size 0 plus get size. See what we have done. Right now total size is 0 plus os.path get size of every single file. I have written os.path.get size, and I have first got the size of the whole. See, we have used a join function. Join function is going to create a path automatically for that particular operating system for system32 folder, and then I've passed the file one by one. So I'm iterating over all the files which are present there into our system32 one by one, getting their paths and then joining them, getting their size and then joining them to 0. So every time this total size will become big and it will be printed at the last. So if I run this program, you see, this is the total size in bytes for that system32 folder. If I debug this, I can show you how it's working. If I debug this, see, first it took this file and then the total size value came to be this of this particular file. Okay. See, as soon as in the first iteration, the value of this file name was, it took this first file, this os.path join will create the path of this particular file, and that path will be checked for its size, and that size will be added to this total size, and then total size will be printed. So right now the total size is it for this particular folder, right? Then as soon as the file changes to this file size is taken from this get size, and then it will be added into total size. So now total size will become this, right? And one by one, all the sizes will be taken, and it will keep on adding all the numbers one by one, and slowly total size will loop over this, and then finally it will be printed. So I hope you have understood this, right? So if I directly run this program, total size of our system32 is this in bytes. This is how you can use both get size and list dir together with os.join. Why we have used os.path join? Because for every file we need to create the path, and that path will be checked by this get size. And once the path of that file size got checked, that size will be added to this particular variable and it will be iterated over and over again. This is how you can get the size of any folder using list.dir, get size, and join method, which is inside our OS path module. I hope you understood this well, guys. All right. Coming on to the next one, checking path validity. How you can check the path's validity? See, many Python functions will crash with an error if you supply them the path which does not exist. The OS path module provides functions to check whether the path exists or not, and it is a file or a folder. If you want to check the if you want to validate that particular path, how you will do? For that, you have functions which is there inside your os.path module. And let us talk about those functions one by one. In this example, we are going to talk about the three types, which is exists, isFile, and isDir. So os.path.exist method is going to return true if the file or folder referred to that particular path exists, and will return false if it does not exist. That means, suppose I have used this command right over in my program and I have given some path. It is first going to check if that path exists or not. If that path is true, it exists, it will return true in the output screen. If that path is not valid or that path does not exist, it will directly print false. As simple as that. We will see the example program very soon. Next is os.path.isFile. This isFile path will return true if the path argument exists and there is a file. Otherwise, it will return false. And means if the path exists and it is a file, then it will going to return true. Otherwise, it will return false. If the path does not exist, it will return false. Or if the path exists also, but there is no file inside that path, then it will also return false. Otherwise, I hope you get this. IsFile is going to just check for if it is a file or not. If you want to check if it is a folder or not, then you use isdir. Will return true if the path argument exists and it's a folder, and will return false. Otherwise, same thing applies here also. The first condition is that path should exist. And after that, once the path exists, is that a folder or not? If that's a folder, then it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. If the path is only not existing, it should return false. Let us quickly see the example program and let's finish this topic as well. So first we have imported OS, and after that we said os.path exists. So I have given a valid path, C and Windows. So this path exists. In my C drive, there is a folder called as Windows. So that is why it should print true in this case. os.path.exists. I have passed this folder. This is some made up folder which is not there in my system, so it should print false here in this case. os.path.isdir. We are checking here if there is any folder called system.system32. It should return true because this path exists also, and there is one folder called system32 as well. In the next one is file. We have passed this argument, right? System32 is a folder, not a file. So this should return us false. Correct? SDIR, it will check for if it is a folder or not. So C, then Windows, then System32, and then calc.exe. This calc.exe is a file. It's not a folder. That is why it is going to return false, because it is checking for if it is a folder or not. This is not a folder, it's a file. So that's why it should return false. Right? Is a file. Is file again, it is going to check if it is a file or not. So yes, this calc.exe is a file. That is why it is going to return true in this case. So You can also check if the drive exists or not in your system. So if you only see this D, if you want to check if the drive exists on the system or not, you can use the exist command for that. So exists and D, this should return true because there is a D drive inside my system. If I would say any other drive like F or E or D or F or E or B, it should return false. Let us quickly run this program and see what's the output. In the first case, C Windows is existing on my system. That is why it says true. This is a made up folder. It does not exist only. That is why it is giving us false. And system32 is a directory. Yes, it is a folder. That is why it is checking if it is a folder or not. That is why it is returning true. Then is file. System32 is not a file. It's a folder. That is why it is returning false. Then is dir. Calc.exe is not a directory. It's not a folder. It's a file. That is why it is giving us false. Right? Is file. Calc.exe. Yes, it is a file. That is why it is returning true. Then D drive exists on my computer. That is why it is returning true. So exist is going to check that if this particular drive exists on this particular system or not. Yes, it does. That is why it is returning me true. Now let us check if E drive exists or not. There is no E drive. If I show you this PC, you can see there is only two drives, C drive and D drive. There is no E drive. That is why if I run this program, the last true should change into false. And see that it returned us false. I hope you have understood this well, guys. That's it for this checking path validity. The same program has been depicted here and I have explained you in a very simple manner. And the last one for checking if the drive exists or not. Right? Our next topic is going to be file reading and writing process. And till here, I hope you have understood this. If you have any doubts into this, you can talk to us on our comment section. You can post the comments onto a comment section and we are going to soon clear all your doubts. I hope you have understood this well, guys. That's it for this particular topic. Next topic is going to be file reading and writing process. Let us start with this now. Once you are comfortable working with folders and relative paths, you will be able to specify the location of files and to read and write them. The functions covered in the next few sections will apply to plain files. Plain text files contain only basic text characters and do not include font, size, or color information. As you can see, here reading and writing process in this particular section, we are going to learn only about the normal plain text files. These plain text files are with the .txt extension or Python script files, which is .py extensions, are example of plain text files. So all the .py files that we are creating on our PyCharm and all the notepad files, all the .txt files are all the examples of normal text files or normal plain text files. These can be opened with Windows Notepad or any other text editor application. Your programs can easily read the contents of the plain text files and treat them as an ordinary string value. Now, if we talk about the binary files or other type of files such as word processing documents, PDFs, images, spreadsheets, and executable programs, if you open binary file in Notepad or text editor, it will look like a scrambled nonsense. So here you can see that. Here you can see is in the example. This is an example of a binary file opened into Notepad, or you can see here it says Windows calc.exe file. So basically we have opened up the calculator.exe file in a Notepad file and it looks like this. So since each and every type of binary file must be handled in its own way, this book is not going to go into the reading and writing raw binary files directly. Anyway, so we are not going to talk about the binary files, type of binary files, how we can read and write them. But fortunately, many modules make working with binary files easier. So we will be exploring one of them, which is going to be the shelf module, which we are going to learn after this. And we are going to talk about that later on. So first, let's start with the opening and a reading and writing process of the normal text, plain text files. So there are three steps to reading or writing files in Python. Call the open function. So this is going to be the open function to return the file object. Note that this is not the part of the OS module. Open function is already present in your Python. Even if you don't import OS module, this open function will still work. This read and write method which you are seeing also will work, and close function also. So we open the file using this open function to return the file object. Then we call the read or write method either to read it or write it, and then close the file using the close method. So let us see first the opening of the file with the open function. To open a file with the open function, you pass it a string path indicating the file you want to open. It can be either an absolute or relative paths. The open function returns a file object. All right. So we will be creating it in our PyCharm. We'll directly go to our PyCharm and see the example program for that. Here, let's first open up this program. So opening files is the open function. So call the open function to return the file object. Okay. So here we do that. Well, even if you don't import this OS, still this file is going to work. This open function is going to work. So here you can see opening a file from the path using open method. So first, see how I have done. I've created a variable. Well, no need to create any variable for this, but to print the file, I am just trying to print the variable. So later on, we'll see about that. You don't have to create variable in order to open a file. You can just say open, and then you can just write the path. I'll tell you later on why I did that. But to open a file, you just say open, and then inside the parenthesis of this open method, you pass the path. In this case, we have passed the absolute path, as you can see in the program. So the file should be present in that particular folder or the path. So here in this case, we have opened it in our D documents, Python module 3, examples and example text. Okay, let us open the folder and check if that file is present there. D documents, then Python module 3 examples, and there is that file, example text file.txt. This is what we are trying to open, right? Example text file.txt, right? So this file is present right there. So you can see if I open this, you can see that it says hello world. I have written these text into this open in this file, that is hello world, hello VTU SEM 5 students. How are you today? Welcome to Coders Arcade. You are learning VTU Python module 3. So I have just prepared this basic example file to show you how you can open this file. So this file is already present on my system on this particular path, and this relative path, this absolute path we have provided into our open function. What this is going to do is it is going to open the file in Python, but you can't see it visibly. It is going to just open the file. You can't print anything from that file. When we read that file, you can print the contents of the file. We'll see that later on, but this is how you can open the file. Now, to show you what is going to be the output, we have taken a variable called hello file, and we have we used this open function into that hello world. I have called this open function into this hello file variable, and then I tried to print hello file. Now if I run this code, you can see, notice this line, only this line. You see, this is just going to return us a file object. This is a file object. It is not going to do anything. It is not going to return any thing which is written inside it. It is not going to print it. This is the first line. Only this line you have to see, which is selected. This line is the output of this hello file. So it says io.text io wrapper name, and inside this name, it is provided the whole path, and this it says mode equals to R. R means on read mode it has been opened, and encoding is this. So this is just a file object that it returns. So you can't print any content of the file using an open command. For that, you need the read method or read function. So next we are going to talk about the read function. Let's go back to our PPT here. The call to open returns a file object. As I told you, it returns a file object. A file object presents the file on your computer. It is simply another type of value in Python, much like the lists and dictionaries you're already familiar with. In the previous example, you stored the file object in a variable hello file. See, we have stored the file object into this hello file variable, and then we printed that variable, so it showed us the file object. Now whenever you want to read the file or write the file, you can do so by calling the methods on the file objects in hello file. So next we are going to talk about the read method. So using the read function only, you can print the contents of the file. You can't just print the contents of the file through the open function. You just have to remember this, guys. This is the thumb rule. With only open function, you cannot read anything. You have to use read function. Let us talk about this read function now. To read the contents of the file using read function, we have a read function or read method. Call the read to or write method in the file object. So let us see. So we have already created this file, right? We have already opened up this file into this hello file variable, correct? So what I have done is, now I have said hello content1, which is another variable. Hello content1 is just a variable that I created, and inside that I said I passed this variable hello file, which was the file object variable, and then I said dot read. So as soon as I said dot read, it is going to read the contents of the file, and then I printed the hello content 1. As soon as I say hello content 1, it is going to print all the things which are written inside the file. So you can see, after returning the file object, this was the output of this particular print hello file. Now after this, what are the contents of the file? Got printed right away when I printed hello content 1, as you can see. So it printed hello world, hello VTU SEM 5 students. How are you today? Welcome to Coders Arcade. You are learning VTU Python module 3. The same file which we had in our path example text file. I hope you have understood this well, guys. So first, to read this, what we have done, we have called the file object and we have applied dot read method on it, and then we stored the whole thing inside the variable, and I have printed that variable. Or you can just use a print function directly on this hello file dot read, and it will directly print the whole thing into your output. Now same thing is written here only. Now that you have a file object, you can start reading from it. If you want to read the entire content of the file string value, use the file object's read method. That is what we have done here. Same thing we have done here. Okay, let's move on. If you think of the contents of the file as a single large value, the read method returns the string that is stored inside the file. Correct? So that is already we have seen here using this part. I hope you have understood this well. Next, we are going to the next one. Alternatively, you can use the read lines method to get a list of string values from the file. One string for each line of text. For example, create a file name sonnet in the same directory as hello.txt. Okay, no need to get confused in this, guys. What we have seen, what they are saying is that it says read lines, right? Read lines is another method which you can use instead of just read. This is going to return the list of the string values. It will create a list and it will store all the string values from the file which is written. So for example, we have created another file. It says we have created another file right away in this folder called as sonnet229.txt. If I open up this file, in this it is said, it is written that when in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, I all alone. So this example text is just written there in this notepad file. Now I have separated all the lines with a comma. You know what will happen? When I say read lines, it is going to create a list, and in that list, each and everything will be stored inside with the items of that list separated by a comma. We will see that. Let's go back to our PyCharm, and here I have first opened up that sonnet file. So I created a variable so that I can store the file object of that sonnet 29 file, and I said open command. I opened up that file. I provided that path through which I want to open this sonnet.txt file. So as you can see, we have opened up this sonnet29.txt, and we have stored that file object into this sonnet file. Now when I say print sonnet file dot read lines, what we have done is, see, I have taken this variable which is storing the file object which opened up the sonnet29.txt file, and I said dot read lines. Read lines is also another method which I told you it's going to return you a list of string items separated by a comma. So if I run this code, you can see that the text which we had, when in disgrace with fortune in the men's eyes, see comma, and then this is one item of the list as a string. This is another item of the list as a string which was separated by a comma, right? So it provided you the list of these strings as an items inside that particular list using this readlines method. I hope you have understood the difference between read and the readline function. Well, read is going to just read all the contents of the file and print it as it is as a string. But when you say read lines, each and every line will be converted as a string item inside a list, and then it will be printed as a list. That's only the difference between read lines and read function. I hope you have understood this well, guys. Next, how you can close the file. To close the file, we have hello file dot close method. So hello file was a file which was opened in the beginning of the program, right? We have opened up this file which was example txt file, example text file.txt we have opened up, right? And to close that file, I can just take this variable where I have stored the file object, and I can say dot close, and it is going to close the file. So what we did basically, we just opened up the file, we printed the contents of the file through the read function, then we used read lines function also on it, and then we closed the file. So as simple as that. This is just the close function which is going to just close the file for you. It is not going to print anything. So there is nothing to print here. If you try to print this, it is going to print a null object. So if I say print, and if I run this, you can see that it says none. There is nothing to print in this. It is just closing the file which was opened using the open command. That's it. And also sonnet file also we opened, right? Two times we opened two files. So we have closed that file as well. I hope you have understood this well. Let's go back to PDF and see what it says. So the same thing with the read lines is been explained here on this part, and same thing. There's nothing into this. So that's it for this one, guys. I hope you have understood this well. If you have any doubts into this, tell us in the comment section below and I'll clear all your doubts. That's it. And next is writing to files. Python allows you to write contents of the file in a way similar to how the print function works. Write strings to the screen. You can't write a file you have opened in the read mode though. Instead, you need to open it in a write plain text file mode or append plain text mode or write mode and append mode for short. Well, we are going to see that. Write mode will override the existing file and start from scratch. So if I open the file into the write mode, it is going to overwrite the whole file, and whatever you will write will be written from the scratch, just like how you overwrite a variable's value with a new value, right? We pass w as a argument as the second argument in the open function. Append mode, on the other hand, will append the text to the end of the existing file. You can think of this appending to a list of a list in a variable. Yeah, so just like how we append the items to a list, it's similar to that. Rather than overwriting the variables altogether, pass a as the second arguments to open the file into append mode. Okay, so simple. When you use this open function, automatically after putting comma, after giving the path, if you put a comma and then pass another argument, and inside the single quote, if you write R, it is going to open the file into read mode. If you write W, it is going to open the file into write mode. And if you pass A inside it, it is going to open it in the append mode. Well, R is default. Even if you don't pass the R as a second argument, it is going to be open in the read mode only. But when you specifically pass W as a second argument, it is going to open in the write mode. Now make sure that write mode is going to override the whole file from the scratch. So if you don't want to overwrite, use A mode, which is append mode, which is going to append the text after the end of the content which is already written in that particular file. If the file name passed to open does not exist, both write and append mode will create a new blank file. So point to be noted, if you have opened the file using the open command and that file doesn't exist on that particular path, if you have passed the argument as W or A, it is automatically going to create a file on that particular location that you have provided. Okay. After reading or writing the file, call the close function before opening the file again, and it will allow you to open the file smoothly. So this is an example program that they have showing. I am going to just directly go to my PyCharm and I'm going to directly show you the program. So again, here you don't want this import OS to write or append the file, but here, because we are using this get current working directory command, you remember this get cwd, it is going to get the current working directory in which directory we are working. Just to check that I am using this get cwd. Even if you don't want it, you can just remove it, it doesn't matter. So just for that I've used an import OS. But even if you don't import this and if I delete this file, it is going to not do anything. It's just the right method is independent of that import OS. Now, before I started with the program, I wanted to check the directory where I'm working on. So that's why I've used this and I have imported OS. After that, I have opened up a file. So I said bacon file and open bacon.txt. Right. So see, I'll go back to my folder and inside programs. Right now, the current working directory is going to be this part. So you can see bacon.txt is present there. Now this bacon.txt was not there in the beginning, so that is why it got created when we used this open bacon.txt command in the current working directory. That is why I have used this os.getcwd. So just to get to know that in which directory I'm working, and as soon as I say open and I said bacon.txt, this file was not present there by default, so it got created with write mode open. So you can see this is how you'll pass the modes. If you say W, it is going to be open in the write mode. If you say A, it is going to open in the append mode. So we'll see first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this file. So I deleted this file and you can see that as soon as I run this program, it opened up, it created this bacon.txt file, right? So open command with the write mode is going to create a file to that particular working directory which you are working on if that file is not present in that particular path. Is this clear to you guys? I hope you have understood this well. Then I have opened the file into the write mode. That means it allows me to write, use the write function after that. So I said the bacon file variable, I said dot write. And as soon as I said dot write, I have passed a string inside it. Inside this write mode, inside this write function, as soon as I said this hello world, it is going to write the hello world into that particular file. Let's quickly see. I'm going to make all of these files as comment as of for now, and one by one I'm going to print that, and I'll show you how it's working. So I'm going to delete this bacon file, and I'm going to go back to my PyCharm, and right now when I run this code, it is showing me the location, the current working directory, right? Now I will open the bacon.txt file. So right now there is no file into this particular folder, correct? You can see only reading.py and writing.py is there. Now, as soon as I run this program, it is going to create a file, bacon.txt. Right now, if I open this bacon.txt, this is empty. There is nothing into this. Correct. I'll close this. I'll come back to PyCharm. And in the next command, what I have done is I said bacon file. I've used this variable where I've opened the file into the write mode. Right now, the file is open in the write mode into PyCharm. And as soon as I say dot write, I passed hello world inside it. And as soon as I run this, that file was empty, right? If I go back to this folder and if I open this, you can see that hello world is written there. I hope you are getting this. After this, I said bacon file dot close. So after writing or appending or reading, you can just use the dot close function before you can reopen that file again. Okay. Now I wanted to open that file again. After closing that, I wanted to open the file again. So I said bacon file equals to open, and this time let us open that bacon.txt file in append mode. So I passed a as an argument, a as a second argument in the open function. And this is going to open the file again, but in the append mode. So it won't rewrite the file again. Instead, it is going to append the same file after the content, whichever is written there. After that, right now it won't do anything. We won't be able to see any result. Instead, if I run this code, if I again open it, we have not appended anything, right? But we have just opened the file into append mode, so that's why you can't see the changes done. But now we will see. As soon as I say bacon.write, after opening that file into append mode, you don't say dot append. Instead, you say write only. Inside write function only, you can use either write mode or append mode. So I said write bacon is not a vegetable, right? So if I run this again, what it is going to do is it was opened up in the append mode, right? So bacon is not a vegetable will be printed next to that particular hello world string. So if I reopen this, you can see that it says hello world, bacon is not a vegetable. So instead of rewriting the file again from the scratch, it appended the bacon is not a vegetable after this content. I hope you have understood this well, guys. Let's go back. And then after that, I can just close this file. So bacon file dot close. Correct? So this way, we have opened the file, we created the file with the write mode. This file was not present in that particular current working directory. So open it, we wrote hello world into that, we closed that file. Then we opened that file again in the append mode, and then we wrote bacon is not vegetable. And then again we closed. So right now our file is looking something like this. I hope you have understood this well. Coming back to it, now let us just open and read the file. So to read the file, just now we have learned about, right, how we can read the file. We have opened the file bacon.txt, and this time we have opened it in the read mode. Now even if you don't provide this R as a mode, still it is going to open inside the read mode only. So it doesn't matter if you provide this argument or not, it doesn't really matter. If I even delete this, it's still going to work fine. But just to show you that you can also pass R as the mode for that particular file. So both are correct. You write read mode, or if you don't write read mode, automatically by default the file is going to be open in the read mode. After this, I wanted to print the contents of the file, right? So I said content equals to bacon file dot read. So we have used the read function, which we have learned, right? And then I said print content, and then I said beacon file dot close. So it is going to read the content of the file and it is going to print it on the output screen as well. So write method will not print anything, as we were keep on seeing that when we were executing the code, nothing was printed with the write function or appending while we are using write function with the append mode. It was just writing it, it was not printing it, but we were able to see that changes right there inside the main file. But now as soon as I say read, it is going to print the contents of that file onto your output screen. I hope you have understood this well, guys. If you have any doubts into this part, you can tell us in the comment section below and we are going to clear all your doubts. So this is how you can read and write the contents of a file using Python. That's it. And there is some explanation part of this, but I've already explained you this, so no need to worry about all these things. Our next topic is going to be the saving variables with the shelf module. So just now we have learnt about how we can read and write files, and those files were only the plain text files. Either it would be a normal notepad file or it would be a normal Python file. But in that it was mentioned that we cannot use those commands directly to work with the binary raw files. In this shelf module, you can work with those binary files. But here we won't be writing or appending anything into those binary files. Here we will just learn about how we can use the shelf module to open and save the contents of a variable to physical hard drive. So let us see that. Our next topic is saving variables with the shelf module. Let us read that. What is that? You can save variables in the Python programs to binary shelf files using shelf module. This way your program can restore data to variables from the hard drive. The shelf module will let you add, save and open features to your program. For example, if you ran a program and entered some configuration settings, you could save those settings to a shelf file and then have the program load them the next time it is run. So, for example, this is an example program where we have written import shelf. So shelf is a module just like os.path module. Here we said shelf file. This is just a variable and we said shelf dot open. So the open command is directly coming from the shelf module, not with the normal open module. This normal open, this is not a normal open function. This is an open function which is stored inside the shelf module. And then I said my data. So this is going to create my data as a file where the whole data will be stored of some particular variable. In the next line, we said cats equals to, we have created a list called cats, and in that we have passed three strings as a item of those list. So Sophie, Puka, and Simon are the three strings as an items of the list called cats. After that, I said self file cats equals to cats. What does this means? So just like dictionaries, this is the value which is the list, that is the value to this particular key called cats, and that key will be stored inside this my data. So the configuration of this whole cats will be saved under a key called cats, and then later on we can print that cat. So the explanation is written here. To read and write data using the shelf module, you first import shelf. We imported that. Then we said shelf.open and pass the file name and then stored the return file into the variable. So this is how we are returning the file on the shelf file. Here our shelf file is stored in the shelf file. We create a list cats and then write shelf cat equals to cats to store the list in the shelf file as the value associated with the key called cats, just like how we do in the dictionary. Then we we call close on the shelf file. After the after running the code on Windows, you will see three new files in the current working directory, that is mydata.back, mydata.dat, and mydata.dir. So let's quickly see how we can do that. I'm opening this PyCharm and here it is, there is the program. So first I said import shelf, then I said I created a variable called shelf file, and then I said shelf this module, I called that module and said dot open, and then I said my data. So right now the current working directory is saving variables in the shelf module. So that is this particular folder. If I open this, and here you can see that these are the three program files. Right now, this is our current working directory. This is prog1 is the program that we are seeing right here. As soon as I run this, it should create three files right here. That was my data.bug, my data.dat, and my data.dir. So let's quickly see how it is working. As soon as I run this, there is nothing to print here, but when I go back here, you can see these three files: my data.bug, my data.dat, and my data.dir. So you can see that these three files got created. Well, quickly let's understand the program and see what's that. So as soon as we created this, I wrote a list called cats and I passed the values to that particular list: Zophie, Puka, and Simon. After this, to store the values of this cat is the same variable which we are passing inside the key called cats. Now this key can be anything, but in the program, because it says cats, we have taken the same example. So this is just the key and this is just the value. This value is the list which is passed inside this, just like how we do in the dictionary. And then we close. So what happened is, guys, here in this my data.dat, the value of those three cats got stored. And the next time you run the same program, automatically this will be taken back to this key called cats, and you can use this key directly as a variable anywhere inside your program, in any program, and still it will retain the value from that hard drive. So basically we are saving these three values inside a list as the value to our hard disk in our hard drive. So as you can see, the three cat names are saved physically on my system in the saving variable and shelf module directory right here in this folder. And as soon as I run the program and I need that again, I can just load it from this file. So that is the whole purpose of using the shelf module in this syllabus. I hope you have understood this. Next, these binary files contain the data that you stored in your shelf. The format of these binary file is not important. You don't need to worry about that. Only you need to know what the shelf module does, not how it does it. So you don't have to worry about how shelf module is working. You just need to know that it creates the file like that, and you can use that file again to reload the contents of the file again. The module frees you from worrying about how to store your program's data to a file. So using the shelf file, you can actually store the values of a variable to your physical hard drive. Your program can use the shelf module to later reopen and retrieve the data from these shelf files. Shelf values don't have to be open in a read or write mode. They can do both once opened. So enter the following code. So now let us try to run the file. I'm going to open the second program directly and I'll show you how it's working. You can see that your program can use the shelf module to later reopen and retrieve the shell files. So in the previous program, it was not showing us anything. There was no output because we were just trying to store the value to the hard drive. But next program, I can read the value. See how we have used this shell file equals to shell.open my dat. Now because my data is present on the physical hard drive, it is going to open that file and I printed the type of that particular file, what kind of that file is. You can see that. After that, as I said, shell files, and as soon as I say cats, it is going to reload all the data which is there in my data, and it is going to print using the print statement. As soon as I run this, see, it should print this. It took the contents of that my data, and this type shell file is showing the type of that my data file. So it's a file object. It's a shell file object. You can see my data is a shell file object, and as soon as I printed this cats, it printed the values of the cats which was stored into our physical hard drive. So this is how you can read it. I hope you have understood this well, guys. Next, just like dictionaries, shelf values have keys and values. We have already learned about that, right? This is the value and this is the key. So that will return list like values to the keys and the values to the shelf. Since these methods return list like values instead of true lists, you should pass them to a list function to get them in the list form. So for example, I'm going to show you directly. See, just like dictionaries, shelf values have keys and values, right? This is the key and that is the value, right? This is the value and this is the key, right? Now coming back to the program, methods that will return list like values of the keys values in the shelf. So directly let's see the program. If you want to directly print the keys and the values, you can do that. So first I've opened up my data file and then I printed list shell file dot keys. So it is going to create a list. It is going to print a list of only the keys, and in the next line it will only create a list for shelf dot values. It is going to only print the value, and then we said shelf dot blues. It's very simple. It's this whole thing means we can just print the values and the keys as list items using the dot keys and dot values method, which is there inside the shelf module. Well, I'm going to run it, and you can see that this printed the keys, and there was only one key called cats and its values. So this key had these many values. That's it. That's all about this saving variables with the shelf module. So I hope you have understood this, guys. And there is something written here. Plain text is useful to create files that you'll read in a text editor such as Notepad or Text Edit. But if you want to save data from your Python programs, use the shelf module. So that's it. So that's the ending of this topic, guys. I hope you have understood this well. If you have any doubts, post them in the comment section below. We will solve your doubts. And that's it. This was your topic. Next topic that we are going to learn is saving variables with the pprint.pformat function. Let us see what's that. Recall from pretty printing that pprint.pprint function will pretty print the contents of the list or dictionary to the screen. So we used to use pretty printing, right, where we had learnt about pprint function. It is kind of similar to that only, where we use pprint module only. But in this case, we use pprint.pformat this time instead of pprint.pprint will return the same text as a string instead of printing it. So in that case, we used to get the printed output, but in this case, we will get the output as a string. Not only in this string is will be formatted to be easy to read, but it is also syntactically correct Python code. Say you have a dictionary stored in a variable and you want to save this variable and its content for future use. So use pprint.p format. It is going to give you the string that you can write to .py files. This file will be your very own module that you can import whenever you want to use the variable stored inside it. So for example, we have an example code here. I am going to directly go to the program and you can see this is the program. Here in the program, I have mentioned all the things correctly, properly. I have first imported the pprint module. So because it is a module, we need to import it. And then I have created a list called cats, where this is going to be the list of dictionaries. So this list contains two dictionaries inside. That is, first dictionary is name Zophie and description Chubby. So this is the key and this is the value. Similarly, this is the key, this is the value of one cat. So one cat is one dictionary right here. Another dictionary is another cat. So it also has name as key and value as Puka and another key as description and another value as Fluffy. So right now we need to what pprint.p format is going to do is it is going to format the whole string as well as it will pretty print the whole thing. Instead of pretty printing, it will pretty format the things, kind of things like that. So I'm said print pprint.p format and then cats. So this is going to print the format. It will change the format. It is going to format the whole thing and it is going to print it. And you are going to see it is going to make it in ordered and ascending order. And then it is going to just automatically format the whole string for you. It is like that. And then I created a file object this is just a variable, guys. Inside it, I have opened up a file called mycats.py, and in the write mode, I have opened it, and inside that, I have written cats equal to, then I have used the same thing which I'm printing here. So cats equals to that formatted dictionary will be printed, and then I said close. So what this is going to do is in this folder, right now I have mycats.py. Let me just delete this. Right now only for program 1 and program 3 is there. As soon as I run it, it is going to create this mycats.py, and it is going to write that with the formatted pprint.p format cats, which is going to be this another list of dictionaries which will be formatted using the pprint format. So as soon as I run it, you can see that in this folder it created mycats.py, and here I can see that mycats.py. Let me just show you mycats.py. This is mycats.py. So see, it changed the formatting and it actually formatted the whole thing and pretty printed as well. So for example, here we started with the name and Zophie. Description was chubby, name Puka, and description was fluffy. But in this my cats, first description came because D comes first, alphabetical order. Then came the chubby word, and then came the name, and then came the Zophie. So this is how it formatted it. Automatically, it is going to format it for you. So description, then fluffy, then name, then Puka. So D came first, and then N came afterwards. So this created a file with this command open mycats.py in the write mode, and then it wrote the same thing but in a formatted way, and then we closed the file. So we got this file. So this is how you can use pretty print, pretty format method. So which you can say pprint.p format. Let's go back to our PDF and let's see. The modules that import the statement import are themselves just Python scripts. When the string from pprint.p format is saved to a py file, the file is a module that can be imported just like any other. Okay, so here, see, now we created this mycat.py, right? Now, actually, this could be called as module as well. So any Python script can be imported directly like a module, right? Right now, this program was doing nothing. If I just run it, you can see that this was printing the formatted string, which got formatted through this pformat method. We printed that, and then same thing went directly inside this cat, mycat.py file, right? So in this file, if I delete this file, if I delete this command, it won't show anything, but it will just create that mycat.py file. So that is the main difference between pretty printing and pformat method. In pretty printing, the whole string gets printed, but in p format, it doesn't get printed. Here I forcefully printed it by writing the whole statement inside the print statement so that you can see how it is formatting. Here in case of p format, instead of just printing, it just formats the whole string. That is it. That is the main difference between pretty printing and p format method. But in this case, this program is not doing anything rather than just creating this mycat.py and storing it inside another file, but it's not doing anything. We need to do something with it, right? So that is what we are going to see next. And since Python scripts are themselves just a text file with .py extension, your Python programs can even generate other Python programs. So I created that, right? Using open command. This command created another Python file, right? Then you can just import these files into scripts. So we have another program in which we are importing the mycats module, mycat.py file, and then we are using it. So I'll show you directly. This is the program. See, Python scripts are themselves just the text file with the py extension. So the same thing. And here I imported that mycat file that just got created from the previous program, this mycat file, which was this file, got imported into this program, import mycats, and then I said print mycats.cats. This is going to print all the name of the cats, just like how we work with dictionaries. And this is going to print, see, print mycats.cat0. That means this is the index number. It is only going to print the first cat details. And here mycats.cats, and when I pass this name, it is only going to print the value of that name of the first cat, which is on sitting on the 0th index. So if I run this program, guys, you can see the difference here. And the very first line, it just printed the whole printed formatted dictionary. And in the second one, it printed the first cat only, which has this description as Chubby and name as Sophie. And here in the third line, only we printed the name of the first cat. That's it, which was Sophie. I hope you have understood this well, guys. This is all about your pprinting, pprint.p format method. The last paragraph, let's read it. The benefits of creating a .py file as opposed to saving the variables in the shelf module is that because it is a text file, the contents of the file can be read and modified by anyone with a simple text editor. For most applications, however, saving data using the shelf module is the preferred way to save variables to a file. Only basic data types such as integer, float, strings, lists, and dictionaries can be written into a simple file. File object, for example, cannot be enclosed as text. So the main difference that they have told in between the shelf module and the pprint.p format method is that the files which you will generating from this module is going to be editable. That means my cat is editable. If I right click on this my cat and if I open with a notepad, I can still see that thing right there. But in case of this .dat file, I cannot edit it. It is not editable. It's not a text editor file. So that's why I can't edit it. So that's the main difference that they have told here in this paragraph, in this last paragraph, that you can modify it and anyone can modify that. This .py file is because of just it is a normal text file. Other than that, the same thing is being done as pretty printing. Just here in this case, the main difference you should need to know is that in pretty printing, the whole string gets printed, while in pprint.p format, we our whole string doesn't get printed. Instead, it just gets formatted. That is it. I hope you have understood this well, guys. This is the last topic of this chapter, guys. So I hope you have understood this well. If you have any doubts into this, tell us in the comment section below. We are going to clear all your doubts. So that's it. So our next topic is the project which we are going to discuss next, and that is generating random quiz files. So let us just start doing this, guys. I'll directly explain you the logic here, and after that I'll explain you the program directly. So it says, say you are a geography teacher with 35 students in your class and you want to give a pop quiz on US state capitals. Alas, your class had a few bad eggs in it and you can't trust the students not to cheat. You'd like to randomize the order of questions so the each quiz is unique, making it impossible for anyone to grab answer for anyone else. Of course, doing this by hand would be a lengthy and boring affair. Fortunately, you know some Python, right? So basically, it says that you're a geography teacher and you have 35 students in the class, but not all the 35 students are good. They are likely to be cheating in the class if you give this quiz as normal. So what you need to do is you need to create a quiz in which every one's question paper will be different from each other, and there will be total number of 35 quizzes with 50 multiple choice questions of each quiz. So here's what the program does. You have to create 35 different quizzes, and in those quizzes every quiz will have 50 multiple choice questions for each question, for each quiz in a random order. So provide the correct answer and three random wrong answers for each question in the random order. Okay. Then write the quizzes to 35 text files and write the answers key to the 35 text files. So this means the code will need to do the following. You have to store the states and their capital in the dictionary first thing. Then we need to call open, write and close for the quiz answer key files. And then we have to use the random.shuffle to randomize the order of the question and multiple choice options. So here in this file, we have in this book, we have given all these steps one by one, but instead of following these steps, I am directly going to explain you. I have already written the program, guys, for you, and I am going to explain you the program directly without wasting your time here by reading all these things which are given. So ultimately, your question paper will look like this: name, date, period, state of capital, and here you can say all these things like this. So let us quickly go to our PyCharm, and this is the program that we have written for this project. So let's quickly understand what's happening in this program, guys. So first of all, we have not used the os.path module in this case because we are not using any os command. So that is why I have not imported the os module. Instead, we are using random function in Python, which is available to us because we need to randomize the quiz, right? So for that, we need to use random.shuffle function. So for that, I need random module. So I imported that module. Then after that, I have first created the dictionary as capitals. So as you already have seen, guys, that in the requirements it was given that first we need to store the capitals and their states and their capitals in the dictionary. So we have done that. So first we created a dictionary called capitals, and in that capitals dictionary we have created a dictionary of all the states and their capitals. So Alabama has this, Alaska has this, Arizona has this. So it's a dictionary. This is the key and this is the value. Similarly, this is the key, this is the value. And there are so many states and so many capitals. So which is already stored inside this capital dictionary. I hope you have understood this well. After this, so once we have done with that, after this, we are going to create a for loop because we need to create 35 quiz files, right? So we will create those 35 quiz files first. And to do that, we need to do it 35 times. So of course, we know that how many times we are going to create. So that is why we need to use for loop. So we created a for loop. Inside this for loop, I have taken quiz num. So just quiz num is just a logical variable that I took for this loop variable as a loop variable for this for loop, and inside that I said range 35. So this loop is going to run for 35 times, and 35 different files will be created. And the first thing that I have done is inside this for loop is that to open the files for capital quiz and capital quiz answers, because both we need to create the question paper as well as answer keys for them, right? So I have taken two variables in this, guys, quiz file and answer key file. Where in quiz file I have said open, and inside this I said capital quiz num plus one dot txt, and I've opened it in the right. What does this means, guys? If I tell you about this, this is going to open a file called capital quiz, and inside this, because this loop variable will have the range from 0 to 34, the first value of quiz num in the first iteration of this for loop will be 0, but we cannot write here capital quiz 0, right? Capital quiz 0.txt, it should be 1. Capital quiz 1.txt for first question paper. So I have written quiz num plus 1. So this is going to print capital quiz 0 plus 1, which is 1.txt. So ultimately it will print capital quiz 1.txt instead of printing capital quiz 0.txt. I hope you have understood this, because this range function will create the ranges from 0 to 34 instead of creating the range from 1 to 35. That is why I have to give this quiz num plus 1 inside this string. Now, we have opened that in the write mode. We have already learned about that in the reading and writing part of the chapter, right? Similarly, I have opened a answer key file where I said open capital quiz answer quiz. Same thing has been done with this, because again, if the answer keys are created, those answer key will have names as capital quiz answers 1. So that 1 will match for this capital quiz 1. So that is why I've said quiz num plus 1 again in this, and I've opened that into our write mode. I hope you have understood this. Once we have opened up the files, this is going to run for 35 times, and there will be 35 files for quiz question file, and answer files will also be 35, matching with their question and answers. I hope you have understood this. Next, what we need to do is we will first create the header of the quiz. So there should be some place where students will write their name, date, and which period they are into, right? So for that reason, we have said quiz file. Well, quiz file is the question file dot write, and I've said name /n/n, date /n/n, and period /n/n. So see right now, let me first run this code and see to show you how it is working. Right there, this is the current working directory which we are into, As soon as I run this program, it should create 35 quiz files and 35 answer files. So I'm going to run this code. I'll go back to PyCharm and I'll run this, and you can see nothing got printed here. But if you go back to that folder, see now we have capital quiz answer 1, capital quiz 1. See, 35 question files got created and 35 answer files got created. So if I open this first quiz file, so you can see name, date and period, and then state capitals quiz form 1, right? So this is the part where it is getting printed by this. So I said quiz file dot write name /n/n, so it is going to print /n/n, and then it is going to /n/n, it's going to change the line for you. You already know about that, one /n for one line and then another /n for this line, then date /n/n, and then period /n/n. I hope you have understood this line. Then we wrote quiz file dot write, and then I said I have to give here space. Yes. Now it is going to print 20 spaces first, and then it is going to print state capital quiz form, and then quiz num dot one, same thing which we have done here, quiz num plus 1. So it is going to print form 1. So as you can see right now there is no spaces here, but right now if I run this again and if I open that file again, you can see that 20 spaces got printed right there. You understood my point, what I'm trying to say? So this is all about this part. Then I said quiz file dot write. So after that it is going to print 2 spaces more. So after 2 spaces more, this first /n to change from this line to this line, and another /n to change this line from to this line. I hope you have understood this. Now this is the printing part that we have done. We have opened up the file and printed the headers of the each quiz. Now the logic part, guys. So understand this logic properly, guys, how you will create the logic of this program. So the very first thing that we need to do is, the idea behind the whole program is that if I maximize this, the idea behind whole program will be that every question will be the same. What is the capital of, what is the capital of, what is the capital of, what is the capital of? Only the values of their states will change. Okay. So to pull this off, what we can do is, first we can take all these states. If I take all the states one by one, and if I shuffle them, and in shuffle order, if I just print them one by one, what will happen? This way, each file will have different set of states, but the questions will be same. You're getting my point. So for example, this quiz 1 is having first question as Iowa, and in the second quiz file, this is Wisconsin. So for every file that will be shuffled, but the whole this string, what this capital of this string will be same for every file, only their states will get shuffled. So in third file it is Nevada. So this way every student will get different set of questions with different set of answers, right? So that's the whole point of doing this. So that's why, so what we have done is states equals to, I created a list of all the capitals dot keys. Capital is the dictionary, and all their keys got inside a list, and that list is called as states now. So I said capitals, which is dictionary, dot all their keys, all the keys inside this dictionary comes into a list, and that list is stored as states. So what I have done is, I've taken all the keys of this capitals dictionary into this states, and then what I did is I called this random module which I imported in the beginning, and I said dot shuffle, and then I said states. So what happened here is it shuffled all the values of the keys inside this list. I hope you have understood this. Once it is shuffled, I can just do one thing. I can just directly keep this string common for all the question papers, and only this will change, only their states will change. It will become very easy for us to work around with this whole question paper thing and this whole program. So that's the main idea. So I hope you have understood till here. We created the answer keys and question files, and we created the header files of each question file and question files, right? So after that we kept all the keys inside a list and we stored them as a states and we shuffled all the states. Now we need to create, we have already created 35 quiz files and 35 answer files with randomized states. Now we need to write them also, right? We need to write 50 questions inside each and every file, in each and every question file, right? So for that, we have created another for loop which is already inside this for loop. So this way, it is going to still keep on writing on the same file. All the 50 questions will be written inside the same file, right? Next, in this, first we need to write the logic for getting a wrong and right answers so that later on you can just easily print that using these two block of codes. So first write the logic. This is the main logic that you need to understand, guys. Very important. Very important. The whole logic of the program runs here. This is like the main brain of this program. So try to understand this. Okay. So this loop will run for 50 times. So 50 questions will be created. But before that, how those questions will be printed? Those questions will be printed. This string is common. Only their states will change. This states changing thing, we need to, it needs to be legit, right? So correct states with correct answers should be there. So first we need to write the logic for correct answers and wrong answers. Then we can implement this logic into printing part, right? So that's why we have written the logic for getting right and wrong answers first. So let's see how we can find out the correct and wrong answers. To get the correct answers, first I've created this variable called correct answers where I can store all the correct answers of each and every state. How I have done that? I've written capitals, which is the dictionary. Then inside that I said states. So state is a list, right? And I said question num. So I've passed this variable. Okay, so what happens here is it says states of the index question num. So it will say state of index 0. So first the question num value when this loop runs for the first time will be 0, right? So states of 0 of this capital. That means whatever that state is, that state is what? State was what? State was the list of capital of with keys. So when I say state of 0, that means it will take the first key inside that state, right? And whatever that key has, the value, that value will go directly into that correct answer. Say suppose, imagine, to understand this better, imagine, let's say this is the only random list we have. This is the list of random states we have. This is the random dictionary. When I said, when I said states of question num. Let's say this for loop is on the first iteration. The value of question num will be 0. So state of 0 means Alabama will be taken as consideration. State 0 in this list is this first 0th index. We have Alabama, right? So Alabama key will be taken and whatever its value is, that value will directly go into this correct answer variable. I hope you have understood this well. From the capital dictionary, the states, the keys which we have stored in that states, its first key, its first key. So 0, its first key, Alabama got stored inside this correct answer. So its keys values will be stored inside the correct answer. So whatever the Alabama's capital is, that will be stored inside this correct answer. Of course, this is how you will find the correct answer. So this is the whole logic behind this line. Capital, states and question num. Whenever this will keep on changing, suppose now the question num changed to this for loop changed to the second iteration, the value of question num will become 1. Whatever will be sitting at the first index inside the state key, which is Alaska, its capital will be stored inside the correct answer after that. So this way, all the correct answer will be stored for each variable differently in every iteration. I hope you have got this, how I've got the correct answer. Right. So this is how you'll get the correct answer. Next, we need to get the wrong answers also so that those wrong answers can be printed later on in front of the students so that they get confused, right? So wrong answers has to be taken out. So to take out the wrong answers, what we have done here is I have directly stored the list of all the values from this capitals dictionary, which was there. So understand this. Right now, wrong answers is not directly storing any wrong answer from, it is not having a single value. It is having a whole list of all the values from this particular dictionary that we have. So in wrong answers, this is also saved, 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 this is also saved. So all these values will be kept inside a list, and the whole list will be stored inside this wrong answers variable. Then right now, wrong answers has to be three values, right? Because in the MCQ, one answer will be the correct answer and the other three answers will be the wrong answers, right? So in this wrong answers, right now there is a whole list of all the capital values. We need to get only three values, three random values from that list of wrong answers. So what we did is I said del means delete, wrong answers of indexes correct answer. So what this is going to do is it is going to delete the correct answer. Right now, this wrong answer has that correct answer also as the value, right? We need to delete that correct answer first so that we get only purely wrong answers inside this list. So for that, I have said del wrong answers. So this is the whole list, and from that whole list, delete the index of the correct answer. So this way, we got a pure list of only wrong answers which got stored inside this wrong answers variable. I hope you are getting this well. And from that, I said wrong answers equals to random dot pick a sample of only three wrong answers. So in the first argument of this sample function, which is written inside this random module in Python, we have the sample function. If you take this sample function, it will pick any three wrong answers from this wrong answers dictionary list. I hope you are getting this. So now wrong answers will only have three values stored inside it. After this, we have said answer options. Now all the three wrong answers and the one correct answer has to be stored inside some variable, right? So what I did, I said answer options equals to wrong answers, which has three wrong answers with one correct answer. In this wrong answers, there are three values and three random values, three random wrong answers value and one correct answer. And then I said random dot shuffle answer option. So this will shuffle up the four MCQs. So this is the whole logic. The first line to get the correct answer, second line to pick all the values and store inside the wrong answers, then deleting the correct answer from the list of wrong answers, then shuffling and getting only the three wrong answers, and then putting them with the three wrong answers and one correct answer, and then shuffling the whole MCQs, all the four options like this. This is the main logic, guys. I hope you have understood this well. After this, now that we have the wrong answers and right answers, I can just directly print the whole question, right? So I said quiz file dot write. Quiz file is the question file dot write, and inside that question number one will be printed. So question num, right now question num in the first iteration it will be 0. So 0 plus 1, the first question. So question number 1, what is the capital of? We have kept this common. So this every time this will be common and only the states value will change. So I said states of question num. So as soon as I say this, the state of 0, state 0 will be printed, but it will be random from this, because I said no, random dot shuffle and states. So any random state will be picked up and that will be printed here with the question. So 1, what is the capital of some random state? So 1, what is the capital of? And then some random state. This way, all the questions for all the different students will come different, and everything will be shuffled, and none of the questions will match with any other student's question paper. Then after printing the question, we need to print these four values also, right? These four MCQs, right? What we have done here is we have created a for loop for that, and I've said for I in range 4. So this is going to create range from 0 to 3, right? And I is the loop variable here. Inside that I said quiz file dot write, and I've said ABCD as a string, and I said I. So now in every iteration, the value of I will change. So when the value of I is 0, first A will be taken, and with that A, one answer option will be taken. That answer option may be correct answer or wrong answer, depending upon whatever. And these will be always different for every other person. So again, it is going to be a challenge for all the students, so they can't cheat. Then I said quiz file dot write and then slash n. So what is going to do? It is going to bring the line here, and then I can just start writing from here, right? That's it. So this way, I'm going to write all the questions one by one. This will also run for 50 times again, and 50 different questions will be printed altogether inside each and every file. So that is why I have written for loop right here. I guess you have understood till here. Next is to create the answer files also, right? Because we have created, this is the end of the question paper. So this is enough for writing the question paper. And this is going to see 50 times it ran, 50 different questions it will create, right? So 50 different questions it will create this way as soon as I run the program. After this, I said answer key file dot write. As soon as I said answer key file, it is going to open up this part. We had opened up this answer key file also, right? We need to create that answer key also. So I said answer key file dot write, and I said question num plus 1. Question num is 0 in the first iteration, it will print 1. So plus 1, 0 plus 1, 1. So 1 and ABCD again. A will be printed and its option answer of the correct answer will be only printed. So only the correct answer will be printed for A, then B, then C, then D, like that. Understood? I hope you are understanding it. Let's go back and open up an answer key file so that you can understand. I'll open it with notepad. So see, 1 got printed, and then, so first the question number 0 plus 1, 1, and then A got printed for that particular index. So whatever it will be printed. Then 2, then this. So 50 times it will be printed. I hope you are getting this well, guys. So this is how your answer keys will be created. This is the whole logic of this whole project, guys. Quiz file. And then you can directly close the file, right? I have written this quiz file dot close and answer file dot close inside the same loop only because all the files, all the 35 files has to be closed, right? At the end of the program. That is why we have kept this inside this 35 for loop. That's it for this program, guys. I hope you have understood this well. If you have any doubts, you can comment us in the comment section below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel Coders Arcade. And this is the end of your chapter 8 with its programs and explanation with the programs. I hope you have understood this well. We'll continue with the chapter 9 now.
Okay, now let us start with chapter 9 of this module. So the chapter 9 says organizing files. So here in this chapter, we'll be learning about how we can organize your files and folders in your system. So for that, we have different modules like the OS module in Python, and we also have the shutil module in Python. We will be looking into that, and we will be actually solving some day-to-day boring tasks. We will be trying to automate all those tasks with the help of those two modules, the shutil module and the OS module. Okay, and there are other modules also. So we will be talking about all of them. So the basic things that we will be learning here are copying the contents from a folder, copying an entire folder, and maybe moving a folder from one destination to the other, all those kind of stuff. And we'll be seeing how to read the data from a zip file and how to create a zip file and store data into it. All these things we will be learning in this chapter. Okay, so let us go to the first part, which is the shutil module. Okay, as you can see here. So here, this module helps us to copy, move, rename, and delete files in your Python programs. Okay, so it is actually helpful in copying multiple folders, multiple files, and also moving multiple folders and files from one source to the destination path. Okay, and we can also rename those files. That is also possible. So the first topic out of that is copying files and folders. Let us directly move into that. So in this, as you can see, the sutil module has the copy function, which actually takes two arguments, which are the source and the destination. Okay. So we have to import that module, and it is predefined. Okay. You don't have to install that. It is predefined in our Python libraries. So we just have to import that. And along with that, we need to import the OS module. So with the help of that, we can actually copy file from our destination folder to another folder, and also we can move that entire folder from one directory to another and stuff like that. Okay, so I have already curated the programs for you. Let us go to PyCharm so that we can understand and actually check the codes for them. Okay, so I'm going to PyCharm now. Okay, you can see here, I have already created the programs. I will be explaining you one by one all of them after giving you the theory part. Okay, so this is the P1 program 1. So let me just show you that thing. So first, as I said, we have to import the OS module, which actually helps us to read data and go to the particular directories of our computer. And then we have to use the sutil module for other stuffs like copying, moving, and all. Okay, so first thing first, what we need to do is we have to change the directory. So OS module has a function called chdr, which is for changing the directory. So all the stuff that you want to copy or move, you need to first get into that source folder, right? So I have kept all those stuffs in my D drive. So I have to change the directory to my D drive. Okay, I'm doing that. So the first thing that I want to tell you about is, the first thing is copying file from a source to a destination, the basic one. Okay, so we now will be using the sutil module. So let me show you how to do it. So I will just uncomment this so that you can understand this. Okay, so these things will be available, then only you can do it. Okay, you have to remember that. So in my D drive, in this Milan folder, I should have that spam.txt file. Okay, then only I will be able to move it to the destination, which is D drive delicious folder. Okay, that is only possible when we have those predefined folders and the files. So as you can see here, D drive Milan folder, inside that I have the spam.txt file. Okay, so that file I am moving into the D drive delicious folder. Okay, so this is the first one. Remember that whenever we just pass the name of the folder, it will be going into that folder. No changes of the file name will be made. So let me just show you that folder, and so that you can understand better. Okay, so I'm opening my D drive, and here you can see, if I show you, let me just make the icons a little large. Okay, this is fine. So I'm going to the folder called Milan, as you can see here. So in this folder, I have a spam.txt file. You can see here, right? So this file, I'm trying to move from this folder. Let me just open one more window. So again, let us go to D drive, and here what I'm going to do in the program, you can see I have one folder called delicious. There I want to move this spam.txt file. Okay, so just let me open the delicious folder. This is the one. So here, this spam.txt from Milan folder should be moved to the delicious folder. Okay, that is the task. So let me just minimize this and minimize this, and now let's go back to PyCharm again. Okay, so that is our target, right? You understood, I guess. So we are going to this file which is inside Milan, and I'm going to send it to the delicious folder. So let me run this and show you. If I run this, okay, it says process finished with exit code 0. Let us go back to our folders. Okay, now if I show you Milan folder, you can see that
spam.txt is here, but if I open the delicious folder on the new tab, you can see here also I have a spam.txt. So if I delete this again in front of you, I'm deleting this, okay, permanently. Now let me just open PyCharm and run this file again. Let me minimize this and yeah, let me run this again. Okay, so this is done. Now if I open this again, you can see in my delicious folder I also have the span.txt file. So this is how you can copy a file from a source to a destination. Okay, this is the first way. Let us go to PyCharm again. Let me show you the second one. Okay, the second one is something like this: copying file from a source to a destination with new file name. Okay, so this time around, let me just comment this. Okay, so let me uncomment this one. So this time also we are using the copy function from the shutil module, but in a different way. So I am moving this, or I am precisely copying this spam.txt from Milan folder into the D drive delicious folder, but this time it will be done with a new name. The name is x2.txt. If you see the delicious folder, I have only one file called spam.txt. Okay, I'm minimizing this. Let me run this. It has run successfully. Let me go back. Here you can see we have a new file which is a copy of spam.txt, but this time it is x2.txt. Okay, so let us go back to PyCharm again and let me just remind you of this thing. Whenever you don't pass the file name, then what happens? It will be simply moved or copied. Okay, because we are using the copy. But when you copy and give a new name, then the file will be moved to that or copied to that folder with a new name. Okay, so this is the second one. Now let us talk about the third one. The third one is copying the entire folder to another folder. This is very important, guys. You need to remember this. So here we have another function called shutil.copyTree. This time, whatever we have in Milan folder will be stored to Milan backup. That means every content inside Milan will be gone to Milan backup. Okay, so please remember, if you don't have this folders created, it will throw an exception. So make sure that you have this folders created, then only it will work properly. Okay, so all the contents from Milan folder should be copied into Milan backup folder. Okay, so let me open this again. So delicious, I'm done with this. I will just go back a bit and I will open Milan backup. Okay, this is the one. You can see here the folder is empty. Okay, so whatever I have in Milan, which is spam.txt, it should be stored in Milan backup. Okay, so suppose I do like this. In Milan, I am creating some new text files. Let me show you by that way so that you can understand better. New file, say A. Okay, one more new file, say b.txt, and one more new file, say c.txt. Okay, fine. So these three are done, and I have one more which was already present, spam.txt. This four I want to store into this particular one. Okay, so what I do, just see here the syntax so that you can understand. So what I am trying to do, I'm copying everything inside a folder into another folder called Milan backup, right? So this is the syntax: folder to folder. And please remember, the function is copy tree. It is not copy, it is copy tree. That will store the contents of a folder into another folder. Just copying, not moving. Okay, let me run this now. Okay, you can see that it has encountered an error. So you guys need to remember about this. Okay, this folder has already been created. Okay, it already exists. So what I do, I will just change the name, underscore, I can say 2. Okay, so that was a mistake. You need to remember that the folder that you are trying to copy should be present, but the folder that you are trying to create as a backup or something should not be present. It will be created. Okay, copy tree will create that folder. Now let's go back to our D drive and let me show you there is no folder called Milan backup 2. Okay, you can see here if I go or jump back here like this, let me press M. Okay, you can see Milan and Milan backup are only the two files. There is no folder called Milan backup 2. So let me run this file again. Okay, you can see this time it finished with exit code 0. And let's go back here. And if you just see here down, Milan backup 2, a folder has been created, which is actually a backup of all the Milan folder. So let us go back to the Milan folder now. Here you can see abc.txt files and the spam.txt. Now if you go to D drive and see this backup 2, here also we have those four particular backups, abc and spam.txt. Okay, so please remember that this folder, the destination folder, should not be available. It is automatically created by the ashutil module copy tree function. Okay, and the folder whichever you are giving, if it is empty there will be no backup. If it is having some files, then it will be copied there. Okay, so this is the first part. Now let us move back to the second part. Okay, so the next part is moving and renaming files and folders. In the first one we saw how to copy a single file and copy the entire folder with the copy tree and the copy methods. Now we'll see how to move and rename files and folders. Okay, so for that purpose also we use the ashutil.move function. Okay, this time the other one was the copy function, now we use the move function. So move also takes the source and the destination, and I have already curated the programs for you. So let's go to the PyCharm ID and then we will understand how it works. Okay, so I'm going to PyCharm now and let me open the other folder. Okay, so this is p2.py and here I have commented everything so that I can show you one by one all of them. Okay, so moving file from a folder to a different folder. Okay, this is the first one. So let's uncomment this. Okay, first thing first, what we are trying to move is from D drive demo, we are trying to move a file called backend.txt into the D drive test folder. Okay, so please remember this is the source file name inside the folder demo in the directory D, and I'm moving that to the test folder. This is the first one, file from a folder to a different folder. Okay, so let's first verify whether we have this text file inside demo folder or not. Okay, so I'm opening the demo folder first of all. Go back here. Let's just try to open the demo folder. I'll just type D. Okay, you can see this is the demo folder and here we have bacon.txt. Okay, this is the file. So this needs to be moved to, let me just go back to the program again, test. Okay, so in the other window or the other tab, I will just open that folder called test. Okay, here is the folder test and you can see it is right now empty. So our target is moving this bacon.txt file from the demo folder to the test folder. Okay, I'm just giving simple examples so that you can understand. You can also try out with different folder names. These are just dummy data. I'm just trying to move one file from another. Okay, and guys, please be careful while doing this because if you have any bugs in your program, it can corrupt your operating system also. So please be sure about what code you are writing and which destination or path you are giving. Okay, please remember that. So let's go back to PyCharm again. So our target is moving the file from demo folder, which is bacon.txt, to the folder test. Okay, let's run this and see. Okay, you can see process finished with exit code 0. Let's go back here and see. Okay, so yeah, the demo folder looks empty and let's go to the test folder. Here you can see bacon.txt. Yes, it has been successfully moved. Okay, now let's see the second program. I will do the changes according to that. Okay, so again bacon.txt here let me just uncomment this and comment this code. This time it is with a new name. Earlier time you are just moving the file from one folder to another, right? This time it will be moving the file from one folder to another with a new name. Okay, so this time bacon.txt will be moved from demo folder to the test folder. This time it will become new bacon.txt. Okay, and please remember one thing: if the destination folder has already some file with the same name, then it will be overwritten. So please remember that. Okay, you have to be careful about that. Now let's again do one thing. Go back here and I will just cut this from test and go to demo and paste it here. Okay, now again demo has the bacon.txt and test folder does not have anything, it is empty. Now let's go to PyCharm and just run this. This should create a new file in the test folder with the name new bacon.txt. Okay, and the content should be same. So what we can do is I will just open that file in bacon.txt and I will just say, hi all, please subscribe to Coders Arcade. Thanks for supporting us. Happy learning. And the punchline. Commit to achieve. Okay, I'm just typing some dummy data. Okay, and I want you guys to please like, share and subscribe to our channel. Okay, so this is the data. So I'll just say Control S, saved it. Okay, and close this. Now I want this data to be moved to the test folder with a new name, new bacon.txt. Okay, and just to verify, I have written some data into it. Okay, so let me just minimize this and run this now. Okay, so it says finished with exit code 0. Let's go back and see. Now you can see demo folder is empty. Let's go to test. Okay, you can see new bacon.txt has been created, or actually the bacon.txt from demo has been moved to test folder. Now let me open this and you can see it has all the data that I wrote earlier. Hi all, please subscribe to Coders Arcade. Thanks for supporting us. Happy learning, commit to achieve. Okay, so it's working fine. So let's go to PyCharm and go to the next option. Okay, so I've showed you how you can move one file from one folder to another and give it a new name. Okay, so this is done. Now let's see the third one. Moving file from a folder and renaming it. There are some comments that I've written here. Just see this and try to understand. Okay, if we don't provide any path, that means if we just don't give any path, then what happens? It will actually go to the root folder. Okay, so that means, let me just uncomment this so that I can show you what I am trying to say. Okay, I'm using the sutil module and using the move function. Here you can see I'm moving d demo bacon.txt to d file test.txt. Okay, so guys, please remember this. We have to give the extension. That is very important. If you don't give that, I will show you what will happen. Okay, just see that. So let's go back here and in the demo I will just create a new file called bacon dot, sorry, it's already there, txt. So I created the bacon.txt file and now I don't need test anymore. I will just go to my base directory, which is the D drive. Okay, so let me minimize this. Fine. So whenever I don't give any path, I just say d file test.txt, so it will be done in the root folder, which is D drive. Let me run this. Okay, So it says finished with exit code 0. There are no errors. Now let us go back, and if I come down, you can see inside my D drive, this is my D drive, right? So inside my D drive, I have one file called filetest.txt. Okay, so if you open this is empty because we did not write anything here, right? So let me close this. But I want to show you the most important thing here, which is if we don't pass .txt, then it will create a file which is not wanted by us actually. Okay, so here I have written the comment. You can see if we don't pass the extension of the file, it will create junk file. So guys, please remember this, you have to pass the extension, okay, then only it is okay. So let me just do one thing again, bacon.txt. You can see, let me just uncomment this line. I'm using the move function here. Same thing, whatever we did earlier, d drive demo bacon.txt, and then moving it to d drive file test. Okay, so here I am not passing the extension or providing the extension. So first of all, I need my demo folder to not be empty. So what I do, I just create a file called bacon.txt. Okay, fine. This is bacon.txt, and now if I go to PyCharm and if I run this, see I have not given the extension. See what happens. I click, if I run this, there is no error in your program, but what result you are getting will be totally unexpected. Just see here. If I open D drive and if I just see here, you can see this is file test and it is not recognizable by your system. If I open this, see, it does not know, your system does not know which application to use to open this file. So please remember, while moving something, you have to pass the extension of that file. Okay, or if you're simply moving, just pass the name of the folder. If you don't pass the name of that particular folder or that path correctly, then it will think that it has to create a file of that name. But if it is not finding the extension, in that case it will be creating a junk folder which is of no use to us. So be careful. If you have done it for multiple times, you can lose data. Okay, so please remember that. Okay, so we are done with this one also. Now let us move on to the next part. Yeah, the next topic is, as you can see here, permanently deleting files and folders. So guys, I'm again telling you one thing, you guys need to be very careful while doing this because it can delete your important files as well. Okay, the programs that we are learning now are to be handled very carefully because it can actually delete your OS files or maybe any important stuff that you have in your system or any important folders. Okay, so you have to remember that. Okay, please remember that. Now, while deleting files and folders permanently, there are some methods that we need to remember. The first one is os.unlink and give the path. Okay, that will unlink that particular file from the path. Okay, that is the first one. Okay, and the os.rmdir and in the bracket path, this will actually delete the folder from that particular path. Okay, but please remember the folder should be empty. Okay, if it has any data, then it will not be deleted. It will raise an exception. I will show you by writing a program, then you will understand better. Okay, so in the OS module, we have unlink method, we have rmdir, which is for remove directory, and the last one where the folder may have some data, that kind of folder can be deleted with the help of sutil.rmtree, and in the parenthesis you have to provide the path to that particular folder. Okay, these are the three things. So unlink, the rmdir, and from the sutil module, rmtree method. Okay, we will see all those now. So let's get back to PyCharm now. So let me close this program. I have already created the programs for you. Just let me open that. Fine. So here, as I told you, we have to import the OS module and we have to import the SHUtil module. Okay, so these two are the modules. Guys, some people pronounce SHUtil as shutil, or some people pronounce it shutil. It depends on you, but the working principle is same, right? It doesn't change. So when you import that, the first thing, as I said, let me comment this here. I will say remove file from path. Okay. So we are calling the OS module, and then we are using the unlink method. As I said, it will remove that particular file, okay, only a single file, only if it is present in that particular path. So in this path, we say D drive, and in the remove folder, I should have the file called million.txt. So let us go there, and let me just see here. Yes, here I have remove folder. In this, I have the million.txt file. Okay, this should get removed. Okay, so guys, please remember, you should be 100% sure that this does not have any important data. Right now, I'm just showing you with blank files. Okay, because I don't want to mess around with my system. So I'm just showing you some black files so that I can just delete them and give you a demonstration. That's it. Okay, so in this particular path, the file name is million.txt. So I want to delete that. So we are using the unlink method. Okay, os.unlink d remove million.txt. And please remember, when you are using forward slash, that means it will work for Windows and all other operating systems. You don't have to worry about that. But when you use backslash, it will only work in Windows. Okay. So let's see if we are able to remove that file or not from the remove folder. Okay. I've given sensibly that name because so that you can understand that I'm trying to remove something from the remove folder. Okay. So let me run this. Okay, you can see process finished with exit code 0, and let's go back here. In the remove folder, we don't have any file now. Okay, you can see, right? So guys, again, I'm telling you, you should be very careful while using this methods from the OS module. Okay, so let me just comment this one. I'm done with that. Okay, next thing is I want to remove a folder only when it is empty. So that will only work when we use the rmdir. Okay, that is the next method that we are going to discuss now. Okay, so in the OS module we have rmdir, which stands for remove directory, and if the folder has any data inside it, it will not be deleted. Okay, so let me just give you a simple demo. I'm creating a new document, say hello. Okay, so right now you can see the remove folder is not empty. So let us try to run this code and see. Let me run this. You can see the directory is not empty. So it proves it, right? OS error, it says win error 145. That means this remove folder will only be deleted only if it is empty. Otherwise will not be removed. Now let me manually delete this for the time being. Delete. Okay, now it is empty. Now let's just do one thing. Let me go back, and this is the remove folder, right? Highlighted right now. Minimize this, and let me just simply run this now. Okay, you can see here this folder now gets deleted. So there is no error. Let's confirm whether it has been deleted or not. Okay, so if we see here, if I press R, there is only one folder which has my videos. Okay, but there is nothing called the remove folder. You can see, right? So it is successfully deleted. But please remember, guys, whenever you are using this rmdir or the unlink methods, you should remember that the folders should not have any important information. So this is how we use the os.remove method. Okay, the third one, if we want to remove all the contents from any folder, then you have to use the shutil module with the rmtree method. So that means rmtree is for remove tree. It will remove the folder along with its contents inside the folder. Okay, that is very important. So let us try to do that. So in the shutil module, you have that function which is rmtree. We don't have it in the OS module. Okay, so now let us try to do one thing. we will create a folder manually with the name called remove. Okay, inside this, what I will do, I will just create demo files or dummy files, say A and one more. Hello, and let us do one more thing. Let us create a new folder, say hi. Okay, so now in this remove folder we have hi one folder, a.txt and hello.txt. Now let's go back a bit. You can see this is the remove folder with some data inside that. Okay, earlier we saw that while we use this os.rmdir, it was not able to do it for a folder which had some data, right? So therefore we use the shutil module and use the rm_tree function to remove folder and also its contents. Let's run this and see. Okay, there is no error. Let's go back here and find out. Yes, you can see with R I have only one folder, so the remove folder has been deleted. Okay, so it is permanently deleted, guys. You have to be very sure about that. Please remember, while using these three methods, the unlink method, the rmdir and the rm_tree method from the shutil module, you have to be 100% sure that you are not messing around with your important information in your system. You have to be careful about that. Okay, so this is about this part of the video. Now let's go to the next part. So as you can see, the next topic is save deletes with the send to trash module. Okay, so I will remind you one more thing that I said earlier. Whenever we use those methods like unlink, the rmdir and the rm_tree methods from OS module and the shutil modules, it actually permanently deletes those files and folders, right? So if you don't want to risk that to happen, you can use the send to trash module. Okay, it is an external module, so you have to install it by using pip install send to trash in the terminal window. Okay, I will show you how to do that, and after that we will get back to the program. Okay, so please remember that save delete with the send to trash module will send that file or folder to the recycle bin. Okay, so again you have to manually revert it back to the source folder from where you deleted that. Okay, so but it is a good idea, right? Because if we permanently delete something, we don't have access to that, but if we send it to the recycle bin, at least we can fetch that back if there is any problem with our code, right? So we can do that. So as you can see here, it is written here, in general you should always use the send to trash dot send to trash function to delete files and folders. Okay, and you can see, but while sending files to the recycle bin lets you recover them later, it will not free up disk space like permanently deleting them does. Okay, that means you can always send the data to the recycle bin and revert it back, but it will not free up the memory because it is not permanently deleted. It is still locating or residing in your system, right? So let's go back to our PyCharm and open that program that I have already written for you. Okay, so if you see this P4, okay, this is another topic that I have left around. Let me just show you this topic, then I will show you how to use the send to trash module. Okay, so if you see here, mm, this is actually for deleting multiple files, okay, from a particular folder. So here what we are trying to do is we are trying to go inside a folder and delete particular files with a particular extension. Okay, so suppose if that file has an extension called .txt, we are trying to delete that. Okay, so let's go to that folder. As you can see, D drive Saurabh. Let's go there first of all. Okay, so this is D drive. Let me go to this folder Saurabh. Okay, you can see here I have some folders 1 2 3, new folder, a.txt, b.txt and c.txt. These are the files and folders that we have here, right? It's visible to you now, I guess. Okay, so I will have some other folders also. New, let me create some other documents. Say I'm creating a new text document. Here I'm saying file save as, and let me say demo.py, and I will say all files save. Okay, and again I will say open this and file save as. I'm creating one more file, say hello.java, so that I can show you the difference. Okay, so save this. Okay, let me just do one more, say file save as index.html. Okay, so this should be also all files. Save this. Okay, so I have multiple different extension files in my sort of folder here. So let me delete this. Okay, so right now I just want to iterate over this sort of folder and delete the files with the extension .txt and not touch the other files and folders. Okay, that is what my target is. For that, let me just do one thing. Let me go back and show you the code. So first thing first, we need to change the directory to Saurabh folder. Yes, that is done. D drive Saurabh, and what we are doing is list dir is a function in the OS module, and here this function actually lists all the files inside that particular directory. Okay, so let's see that. And please remember, you should not directly delete any files. First thing first that we need to do is we print the name of the files. Then whenever you are sure that the files with that particular extension are displayed, then you can uncomment this and delete them. Okay, as we saw earlier, unlink would delete the files, right, on that particular path. So first thing first, don't delete them or unlink them. First print those and then we can go on with the other stuff. Okay, so this is the extension that should be displayed. Okay, so the simple thing is that we are going to that directory or moving to that directory or folder. Then we are saying for file name and os.list directory, in this particular directory, if the file name ends with .txt, just we are printing the file names. Let me run this and show you. Okay, you can see a.txt, b.txt and c.txt are the names of the files. Okay, now let me just show you here a.txt, b.txt and c.txt. Okay, now we can do one more thing. Let me just comment this. We are just printing the file name. Okay, let's run this and see. Now you can see we are getting everything, all the folders 1 2 3, all of the stuffs inside that are being printed or displayed, right? So I just wanted to show that it can read everything inside the folder, right? That's what I wanted to show. The list dir actually prints everything. So let me just uncomment this now. Okay, now as we know, we are actually supposed to delete all the files which end with the extension .txt. Please be sure guys, we have to actually print them so that we are confirmed that the files are really text files and we want to delete them. Now I will just say os.unlink and file name. Okay, let me just comment this one because printing is not required right now. So let me run this now. Let's see. Okay, now you can see it says process finished with exit code 0. So let's go back here and you can see the files with the extensions .txt have been successfully deleted. Okay, so suppose you want to delete demo.py, so you can just say something like this .py just to verify and show you. So here we have demo.py and I'm running this now. Okay, finished with exit code 0. Okay, you can see the demo.py file has been deleted. Okay, so that is how you delete something with an extension. So multiple files with this you can delete. So this is the variable which is going inside this list dir and deleting the files which end with the extension .py. You can give the extension, but please remember, first print the file name. When you are absolutely sure that it is correct, then you use the os.unlink, and in the meantime first comment it, and then only after confirming that it is the correct file name, then delete that, use the unlink operation. Now after that, let's go to the next one. As I said, send to trash. So I have created a file called recycle.py. Here, let me close the other two files. Okay, so we are importing a external library called send to trash. As I said, you have to install that. So I'm going to my terminal. Let me show you how I open the terminal again. Just click on this terminal part here and it will pop up like this. So here if you say pip install, let me just maximize it. Okay, so I will say pip install send to trash. This is the name of the library that we want, and press enter. You can see requirement already satisfied. Okay, so that means I have already installed it. You can use this command if you have not installed it. Okay, now after that you will not get any errors and it will be successfully imported. Okay, so as we have learned earlier in this module, we have the open option where it will create a file called bacon.txt, and the mode is append mode. We have learned it earlier, right? So with the append mode, we are opening a file bacon.txt. Okay, it will be created. Now let me run this and show you. Okay, let me minimize this. You can see here in this permanently delete files and folders particular folder, I have one file called bacon.txt. So the first one is done. We have created the file. Now we are trying to write some data into it. Okay, fine. So here, this is for writing something into it. Bacon is not a vegetable. Let me open this for the time being. You can see it is empty. There's nothing written inside that, right? So let me run this again now. Okay, this time you can see it is finished with exit code 0, and if I open this now, you can see bacon is not a vegetable. It has been written now. Okay, so after that, please remember we already learned that, right? Whenever we open a file using the open method, we have to close that file, right? So we are closing that file now. So I'll run this, and after writing something, it will close that file. So this close method is actually used to release the resources that you have initialized while creating or opening that particular file. Okay, so this three are done. So I will just comment them out. Control and forward slash. Multiple lines you can comment by using this. Control and forward slash. Again, if you want to uncomment, you can say control and forward slash again. So I will just comment them, and I will use the send to trash dot send to trash method. Okay, you can see here send to trash dot send to trash method actually sends that particular file to the recycle bin. Okay, please remember that. Let me just show you my recycle bin so that you can actually understand that. Okay, so let me open recycle bin here, and you can see, let me just empty this. Okay, now my recycle bin is empty. Let me just go back to PyCharm and let me run this now. Okay, you can see here this file is there, right? Let me run this. Okay, so if you see here, the bacon.txt file has been moved to the recycle bin. Let me open recycle bin now. Okay, so here you can see I have the bacon.txt. So it is safe, right? At least we have a backup of this in the recycle bin. Now if I want to restore, I can just right click and restore from here. Okay, if I go back to my PyCharm, you can see it has come back. Now if I just again run recycle, you can see the file will be again moved to the recycle bin from here. It is not there, see? So if I just go to my recycle bin again, you can see it has come back here. So if you want to restore, at least you can restore it from here, right? So it has come back again. So I suggest you guys use the send to trash library, which is a safer one because it will not permanently delete the data. It will just send it to the recycle bin. And please remember, it will only send it to the recycle bin. You cannot again revert it back. We have to manually go to the recycle bin and restore it. Okay, so this is about this topic. Now let us again go back to the PDF for the next topic. Okay.
The next topic that we have here is working a directory tree. So suppose you want to rename every file in some folder, and there are also some subfolders in that folder, and at the same time you have many different files in that subfolders. Okay, then in that case you have to walk through that particular structure, right? So what we do in that case, it can be very tricky when we have to deal with some scenario like this. Python provides us a very important function with the help of which we can walk through a particular folder tree or directory tree. So here you can see there is an example. They have taken a simple folder called delicious, which is there in the C drive. Okay, and you can see here this C drive has a folder called delicious. Inside that there is one subfolder called cats, and in that cats folder they have different kind of files, cat names, one jpg file which is trophy.jpg, and they have one more folder called walnut. In that we have waffles as a subfolder, then we have one file called butter.txt. They have just taken a simple example so that we can demonstrate this. Now suppose you want to walk through this directory tree. This is called a directory tree, you can see here, right? C, then delicious, then cats, and again in delicious we have walnut, then we have waffles, something like that. So you want to iterate over this entire tree or walk through this entire tree, and then you want to do some operation with the cat names, the Zophie and butter, all these files. So in that case, it is very difficult to do it in normal circumstances. So what we do, we use a function in Python by using the OS module, which is called os.work. Okay. So when we use that program, you can see here the program or the sample is given. Always remember one thing, when we use the os.work function, it actually stores three values inside it after we have iterated over that. Okay, so you can see here folder name, subfolders, and the file names. So the current folder name will be stored there, the subfolders inside that directory will be stored, and the file names inside each subfolder will be stored. Okay, that is the feature of that. And if you see here, it's written here, the os.work function will return three values on each iteration through the loop. Okay, what is that? A string of the current folder's name. So this is the current directory. Second one will be the subfolders. That will also be strings, a list of strings of the folders in the current folder. And then the third one will be the strings of the files in the current folder. Okay, so if I just go here again, you can see it will store C. It will store the names of the subfolders, say delicious, cats, walnut, and after that it will store the names of the files. So cat names, Zophie, then butter, and then spam.txt. This is a simple example. Okay, so this is what is written here. So when you are writing it in the exam, you have to remember this. So it will contain the string of the current folder name. It will contain a list of strings of the subfolders, and then it will contain a list of strings of the files inside the current folder, whichever subfolder or current folder it is. Okay. So after running the program, you'll find something that is current folder. Inside that you have subfolders. Inside that you have the file. So this is for the first iteration. After that, again subfolder, then the files inside that. Again the subfolder walnut, and again the files inside that. Okay, that is how it works. So if you want to do any changes or rename them, you can use the other methods that we have seen earlier, right? So let me just show you an example where you will understand how we can walk through a particular directory tree. Okay, so first of all, let me go to D drive and show you something. So I'm here in my D drive, and you can see, let me open a folder called language. Okay, so I will press L. You can see this is the language folder. Here you can see I have intentionally created a tree structure like that. Okay, so we have Java as a folder, Python as a folder, and sample.txt as a file. Okay, so this is one folder, Java. Inside that we have core Java, and inside that we have demo.java and hello.java as files. Okay. So if I go to Python, here I have demo.py and example.py, and this is directly into the language folder sample.txt file. Okay. So inside the language folder, I have two subfolders, Java and Python, and I have one file sample.txt. And if we go inside Java, we have core Java as a subfolder where we have two Java files. Again, in the Python folder, I have demo.py and example.py, as you can see here. Then again, this sample.txt is a simple file inside the language folder. So now let us go back to PyCharm. Okay, so I have already written the program. Let me just show you that. Okay, so let me minimize all this. Working our directory tree. This is the folder. Let me open that. Okay, so you can see here we have to import the OS module, and the for loop will look like this. As we remember, it will store the current folder. So this is the folder name variable. Then subfolders. This is the list of folders. And again, this file names will be the list of strings of the names of those particular files, right? So for loop, folder names, subfolders, and file names in os.work. Here, as you remember, we have the language folder in D drive, right? This has been passed here. So print the current folder is this folder name variable, and for subfolder and subfolders, that means all the subfolders from the list of subfolders should be printed one by one. You can see folder name plus subfolder. That means first the language folder and then the subfolder will be printed. Then it will be the file inside, which is folder name plus file name. Okay, so that is how it will be printed. And this empty print statement is to go to the next line for the next iteration. Okay, so this is it. So please remember that os.work has three variables stored inside it: the folder name, the subfolders, and the files inside those particular subfolders. This is a unique name string, this is a list of strings, and this is also a list of strings. Let me run this and show you what we get. Okay, so you can see here language is the current folder name or the root directory. Then we have Java, then we have Python, and you remember inside the language folder we have sample.txt. It was not inside any subfolder, right? So this was working. So this is displayed here. Then again for the next iteration, we had the Java folder. Okay, inside Java, let me show you. We have core Java. Yes, inside core Java we have demo.java and hello.java. Let me go back. Yes, core Java. You can see demo.java and hello.java. Okay, this is working fine. Then we have the Python folder. So let's go back. Here you can see demo.py and example.py. Okay, let me just zoom it a little bit. You can see demo.py and example.py. So let me go back to PyCharm, and you can see Python folder. Then we have demo.py and example.py. Now if you want to delete anything or if you want to do any other operations, we have all the methods like unlink, rmdir. Okay, that you can use, or also you can use the shup module for completely erasing that. That is also possible. Okay, so this is how we can walk through our directory tree in Python. Okay, by using Python. So I hope you've understood this. Now let us go back to our PDF for the next topic.
So you can see the next topic is compressing files with the zip file module. Okay, so this zip file module helps you to unzip any file or send any file into a compressed zip folder, or also it will help you to read data from a zip file. Okay, so as they have given here, you can see you can download a demo zip file from this URL nostars.com/automate stuff, or we can just go ahead with any zip file that we already have on our system. So the example is something like this. See, you have a cats folder. Here we have catnames.txt,
zofi.jpg and span.txt. Okay, so this is a simple example.zip file. So the first thing is reading data from zip files. Okay, zip file, just want to tell you something about it. uh, Whenever we have a normal folder in our system having some contents or data, it will take up more space. When we compress it into a zip file, it occupies less memory or less space. So that is the benefit of having zip files. Okay, and in case of Windows 11, we can easily read the data inside a zip file, but for Windows 10 and lesser versions, it is difficult to read them. We have to extract them. Okay, so this is the first topic that we have here, reading zip files. Okay, so for that, you have to import the zip file module as you see here. Let me just zoom it a little bit more. Okay, just a moment. Yeah, I guess it's visible now, right? Okay, so we have to import the zip file module and the OS module. We have to change the directory to that parent directory wherever we have that folder or zip folder. Okay, so suppose we need to get the data from a example.zip file or folder. Okay, so there we have a method called namelist. Okay, whenever we import the zip file module, we get a method called namelist. So whatever files we have inside that particular folder, the names will be extracted and stored in this name list. Okay, then if we print it, we will get the data. And suppose we have one more very important method or function which we guys need to remember in the zip file module. It is get info. Okay, so that get info function actually stores the file size of any file inside that zip folder. Okay, you have to remember that. And at the same time, it also has one more method called compress size, which will tell you the size of the compressed folder after compression. So this file size is the actual size. You can see here it is around 13 MB, and then the compressed size gives you the compressed size of that particular file. So it is around 3 MB. You can see here. Okay, this is in kilobytes, so you can convert it and it will become around 13 MB. This is in kilobytes, so it will be 3 point something MB. Okay, so after that they have used a function something like this. See, they have used the round method. It is a simple logic. They're dividing the file size by the compressed size. So suppose it is 10 by 2, so it is 5 times compressed, something like that. So after that, they are printing something like this. You can see compressed file is this much smaller than the original file. Okay, after that, please remember, as we have opened the file, we have to close the file. That is very important. Okay, after reading the data of the zip file, we have to close that. So this is the first one, and they have used the round method to round off it to size 2, up to 2 decimals after the point. Okay, so as you can see here, as I told, if you use the get info, you will get the information about the spam.txt file, and you can either see the file size or the compressed size. Okay, so let me just show you in PyCharm so that you can understand that. Okay, so reading zip files. Okay, so this is the program. If you just see here, I will just give you a simple demo so that you get an idea. We have to import the OS module and the zip file module. After that, what you do, you just go to a particular location or path where you have the zip file or folder. Okay, let me show you. In my desktop, you can see I have demo website.zip. Okay, if I open that, you can see in Windows 11 you can easily open that and see the files visible inside that. Okay, you can see I have so many files here. So contact.html, png file, one more gif file, we have readme.md, login.html, index.html, and so on. Okay, so let me just go back. You can see this is a zip file, right? Demo website.zip. This is the extension. So we need to read the data inside that. So first we have to change the directory by using the OS module and going to desktop. Okay, then this is the variable name
and inside the zip file we have the zip file function. Please remember guys, Z small means the name of the module, and Z and F capital zip file is the function inside that zip file module. Okay, so this is the name of the module, this is the name of the function. Here we are passing the demo website.zip, this folder, you can see here, right, this particular folder. Okay, so let me go back. After that, as we saw earlier, name list will give the list of the names present inside that. Okay, so let me just comment this part, I will talk about that very soon. Let us just run this and see what we are getting. Okay, run this. Okay, you can see we had a ca.png file. Let me just open that so that I can verify. Yes, you can see ca.png, and let us go back again. We have contact.html. Let's go back here. Okay, let me open this one so that you can understand. Okay, ca.png, contact.html, and we have this particular file.html, and we also have index.html, and we have login.html, the pizza.gif, and also the readme.md. So these files were already visible there. You can see this gif file, readme.md, and all are available. So it's working fine, it is able to read the data. Okay, so the first part is already done. So name list gives you the list of the names of the files inside that particular zip file. Okay, after that, let me just uncomment this part of the code and just tell you the meaning of them. So here, this file info is a simple variable which actually stores the info, the file size, the compress size of the particular files. Okay, so here you can see we are passing a file which is index.html, this file I am passing to the file info variable, and what we can say, example zip dot get info, and it will store the information of the file size and the compress size. Okay, after that, as we saw earlier, I am using a variable called size which is actually storing the compressed size. Okay, how much amount of compression has been done. So this file size variable and the compressed size variable, we are just dividing, say 10 by 2, so it will say 5 times smaller or something like that. Okay, and we are rounding it off by 2 so that we get 2 places after the decimal, that's all, nothing else. So we are using the round function for that. Okay, after that we are just printing the format like this, say compressed file is %s times smaller into size, this particular size. This percent size means it will actually show the how much percent compressed it is. And after that, as I said, we have to close the file. Okay, that is very important. After reading some data, we have to close it. So right click and run this. Yes, you can see this is the actual size of that folder, which is around 16 MB, and this is the compressed size 3.8. so when we round it off, you will get around 4.22% smaller. Okay, this time smaller. So that is how it works. So you can actually see how much compression has been done. Okay, so this is how it works. This is the first part. Let's go back to the PDF. And before that, I also want to tell you something. If you have any doubts regarding any programs that we have learned till now, you can please post them in the comment section. We will be very happy to clarify all your doubts. And if you really like these videos, please don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon so that you receive notifications regarding our latest updates. Thank you. So let's go back to the PDF again. Okay, so this is the explanation of this particular program that we have just done. We have taken our own zip files and folders so that we can do a proper practical presentation. Okay, now let's just go to the next one, extracting from zip files. Okay, so how to extract data. Okay, so for that also we have the extract all method in the zip file module. Okay, so first thing first, what we do, we import the zip file and the OS module, And guys, I will tell you one thing, by giving comma and importing multiple modules is okay, but right now we are using the latest version of Python, so you have to be careful. It will just show you a warning. That doesn't matter. If I show you here in my program, you can understand that. Okay, I'm removing this import and you can see I'm writing a comma. Here, if you hover over this, it says a warning, multiple imports on one line. This doesn't matter, it will work fine. But what I suggest is you can use the optimize imports option and just import different modules in different lines. That is the best way. This is suggested by PEP and we should be doing that as developers or programmers, right? So let's go back. Here, this is the one extracting from zip files, okay? We import the zip file and the OS module like earlier. We go to the directory, then example zip. This is the name of the module, zip file dot zip file. As we saw earlier, we pass that particular zip file, okay, and then we just say extract all, and then we close that particular file. Okay, let me show you what I am meaning by this. So let me open that one. You can see I have already written the program extracting from zip file, just opening that. Okay, if you see here, I will talk about the same folder that we had earlier. We are importing zip file and you can see we have this warning, right? So I will just optimize the imports so that it comes to the next line. Okay, this is done. So multiple imports should be done in different lines. Okay, that is the best way suggested by Python right now. So first we move to that folder or the directory. It is desktop, so I'm saying C users Saurabh, then desktop, and then move to that folder. Now pass the name of the zip file. Okay, example zip. This is a simple variable name. You can take anything you want. Zip file dot zip file and pass the name of that zip file. Okay, then you say extract all and dot close. This is for closing the file after the operation. So if you see here, in this part I only have p7.py, which is the name of the Python program. Okay, Python file. So if I run this now, let me just show you one thing. Let me go to my desktop. Here also you can verify. I have all the icons here and I have our demo website.zip file. Okay, but I don't have any extracted folder, right? So let me go back here to PyCharm. Now if I just simply run this, you can see there are no errors. It's finished with exit code 0. Let me go back to desktop and here you can see this was the zip file and this has the extracted file. You can see here. Okay, so yes, you can see all the files are available here. Okay, there is no problem. It has been extracted absolutely fine. Let me close this. So this is the extracted file from the zip file. This is the demo website.zip file. This is the demo website actual extracted file. So this is how you do it. You go to the destination and you give the name of the zip file and you use the extract all method. Guys, if you have this question in the exam, just remember the method name is extract all. Okay, and it will extract that in that particular directory where you have the current control. Okay, fine. After that you just close it. This is the example that we have talked about. Now let us go to the PDF and go to the next point or topic. Okay, creating and adding to zip files. Okay, so this time we will create a new zip file and add some content into that. Let's see how to do it. Okay, so very simple. We import the zip file module as earlier. After that, what we do, we just use the zip file function. We give the name of the folder or the file where we want to store some data, and W is for write. You already know that, right? We have learned that in the previous tutorials. So W mode is for writing, A is for append, and R is for read. We already know that. So this is a simple variable. Then we have the write method dot write. Here we are passing the name of the file And please remember one thing, the compress type is the next argument that is taken by the write method. Okay, and always we should take the zip deflated. This is the default that we should take, and it works fine for all the specific types of data. You can see here it is written here. You can always just set this value to zip file dot zip deflated. This specifies the deflate compression algorithm. This is actually an algorithm in which the file will be zipped or compressed, and it works well on all types of data. Okay, so you understood that, right? So for all kind of data, we should always use the zip deflated. It is suggested by Python, so we should be using that. Okay. So the first argument is the name of the file name. Second argument is the type of compression that we need. And after that, we close that file. Okay. So let me just go back and show you. Okay. You can see I have a folder creating and adding to zip files. Let me open that. Yes, you can see here we import the zip file module, and so new zip will be the name of the variable with the help of which we are creating the new zip file. So zip file dot zip file, here we are passing new zip. This first argument is the name of the file which you are creating. This is the mode, which is the write mode, because we want to write something into that file, right? Then new zip dot write function, as I explained earlier, the first argument is the name of the file which we want to store into the zip file or which we want to compress. The second argument is the type of compression algorithm. So as I said, the best way that we can do it is by using zip file dot zip deflated. This works fine for all type of compressions data. Okay, this should be used, and after that you just close it. Now you have seen here, we can just understand something more about the same problem with this comment. You can see, keep in mind that just as with writing to files, write mode will erase all existing contents of a zip file. If you have any content, it will be erased. Okay, so if you just want to simply add files to an existing zip file, pass a for append, okay, as the second argument to zip file dot zip file function to open the zip file in append mode. If you use W, it will overwrite. If you use A, it will append. Okay, please remember that A is for appending. You already know that, I guess, from the earlier tutorials. Okay, so now if I show you this here, creating and adding to zip files, we don't have any other file or folder here, right? So if I run this now, what I am passing here, let me just also tell you, we are passing spam.txt, this particular file here. We are passing this into the zip file. Okay, so let me just go back. We are using users, Saurabh, desktop, and the spam.txt file, and the compression algorithm type is zip file dot zip deflated. Okay, and there are others also, but let me just try to show you if we have anything else also. If I just press dot, you can see zip deflated, zip lzma, and some others are there. You can see zip 64 limit, but this zip deflated actually works fine for all kind of data, so we should be using that. So let me run this, and let me keep it open like this. Run here. Okay, it finished with exit code 0. Now you can see here, this is a new zip file created. Okay, so let me just open it in the Explorer so that you can understand. Okay, you can see we have one new zip file. Let me open this. Users, Saurabh, desktop, and spam.txt. This is the file inside that new zip folder. Okay, let me go back. New zip, users, Saurabh, desktop, spam.txt. This is the path, and we have the spam.txt file. Okay, let me close this. So okay, so this is how we can create a new zip file and adding files to that. Okay, so this is how it works. Now let us go back to the PDF and go to the next topic. Okay, so you can see the next topic is a project which is renaming files with American style dates to the European style dates. Okay, so you will be having some files with American style dates. We have to convert them to European style dates. So let's talk how to do it. Let's see how to do it. So suppose, as it is written here, your boss emails you 1,000 files with American style dates. So the format is something like month, then date, then year. Okay, and then you need to convert those dates or rename them to European style dates. That means date should come first, then the month, and then the year. Okay, so this is a really boring task, right? It can take the whole day, but if you know Python, you can do it in some very easy steps. Okay, that is the benefit. So here is what the program actually does. So it will search for all the file names in the current working directory for American style dates. That means month, date, and year. And when one is found, whenever one file is found, it will just change it to the other format, date, month, and year. So for that, obviously we have to use some methods. So let's just see the steps that we need to do in our program or the source code. Okay, so first we have to create a regex that can identify the text pattern of American style dates. Obviously that is the most mandatory thing that we need to do at first. And then we have to call the os.list_dir. It will list all the files in the working directory. Okay, out of that we have to loop over each file name one by one using the regex that we have created to check whether it has a date. So that is the case. Okay, first we have to create the regex, then we have to list all the file names in that particular directory, then we have to loop over each file name, that is the third step, using that particular regex that we create, and we have to check whether that particular file name has a date or not. Okay, so if it has a date, we have to rename the file with futil.move. Okay, that is the method. So first thing first, so first we have to create the regex for the American style dates. So, and then the second step is identify the date parts from the file names if it is available. Then we have to go on to form the new file name and rename the files. These are the three important steps that we need to do. Okay, so let me just open my D drive. Here I have a folder, as you can see, it is Milan. So in this folder we have so many files: a.txt, b.txt, c.txt. These three files do not have any dates. You can see, right? a.txt, b.txt, and c.txt. These are only the normal file names. But if you see this file 03012020 and x.txt, this file has a different kind of date, right? It has a date along with some text. And this one also, spam 04/15/1995, this has a string and then it has some date. Okay, so our target is we have to rename these two files. Okay, so the month, date, year will go to date, month, year. Okay, here also month, date, year to date, month, year. And all the other files in this folder should be untouched. It should not be modified. Okay, only those files which has a particular pattern, that should be matched using the regex, and then we should be able to modify them. Okay, so let's go back to our IDE and open that project. I have already written the program, so let me just open that. Yeah, rename dates.py, this is the one. Let me just increase the font size. Okay, so I will tell you the base idea. First thing first, as I said, we have to use the OS because we need the list directory function, right? Then we need the RE module so that we can create the pattern, so that we can match it. So as we see here, date pattern is the pattern that we are creating. So we use the re.compile method. Here, as we see, we have to take all the text before the date, right? So that is done using this. You already know this, right? Dot, star, and question mark. So any text before the date and any text after the date. You can see here, right? Any text before the date is done using dot star and question mark, and any text after the date pattern is also done by dot star and question mark. In the middle, what we are looking for, the first thing is we need to change it to European style date, right, from American. So it is, first we have to check the pattern. So first it will be for the month. So month can be from January to December. So 1 to 12, right? So either 0 or 1. You can see here, right? Then I have slash D. That means 2 digits for the month, or something like this. It can be said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So either 0, 1, 0, 2 till 0, 9, or else 1, 0, 10, 1, 1, 11, and 1 to 12. Okay. And for the day, it will be something like this. We already know, right? There are 31 days in a month to the max. So it can be 0, 1, 2, or 3. So it will be something like 0, 5 can be a date, 5th, 1, 5, 15 can be that, 2, 5, 25 can be that, or 3, 1, 31, or 3, 0, 30. So 1 or 2 digits for the day as well. Okay. And next one will be for the year, right? So here we are just bifurcating it into a part. Okay. So from 1900 something till 2000 something. So right now we are in 2022. So it will start with either 19 or 20, and it will go on with 2 other digits, slash D slash D. That means it will be for the year. So we can cover up from 1900 till the 21st century, whatever we have. We can all cover it in that. So I hope you have understood this now. This is for the before text, this is for the after text, and this middle thing is for the patterns that we are searching. So month 0 to 12, date 0 to 31, and the year 1900 to 2000 something. Okay, so this is how we have created the date pattern. After that, the things that we need to do, we have to loop over the files in the working directory. The directory I have selected here, you can see D Milan. And don't worry, if you want, I will give you the programs in the description, no problem at all. Then we have to skip the files. The second part is we have to skip the files without a date. So those which files don't have any date, we have to skip them. And then we have to get the different parts of the file name. That is also very important, right? And then we have to form the European style file name. We have to maybe concatenate in a different order. After that, we have to get the absolute path, and then we have to rename the files. So for getting the absolute paths, we have to use the join method. I will show you how to do that. Okay. So just see here, in this particular directory, which we have changed by using the os.chdr, we are going into each file name. Okay, AMER file name, we have created that pattern. You can see, right? We'll pass the pattern something like this. Just see here, we have created that pattern. See, so it is something like this for AMER file name in os.list directory. So all the files in that particular current working directory, if that object does not match any date, if the files do not have a date, we are continuing. That means we can just simply give one more comment here. We can say skip the loop and go to next file. Okay, so that means for AMER file name in os.list directory, for all the file names one by one individually in the working directory, we are creating a variable called mo, which will be using the date pattern. So this pattern dot search method, we already know that, right? And we are searching that inside this file name. If that pattern is matched in this file name, then we have to group them. But if the file name does not have that kind of a date pattern, then what we need to do is we need to skip, right? So you can see skip files without a date. So what we are doing, if mo equal none, then we are telling continue. So it will go to the next file. Okay, it will skip the current loop or iteration, and then it will go to the next iteration or the next file. Okay, but if the file has any pattern which is matching this particular date pattern, then we have to store it into parts. So this is the before part or the text part. Okay, that is the group 1. After that, because you can see here, right, this is the pattern for the before text and this is for the after text. And this part, 2 digits, this is 2 digits, this is 4 digits. So we are grouping it like that, right? So before part will be in the first group, month part 2 digits will be in the mo.group part, day part will be 4. I will tell you why. Because the third part is actually the hyphen. Okay, similarly you can see the fifth group is not taken, which is also a hyphen. And again the seventh group is also not taken. You can see after 6 we have 8. So after 2 the third is a hyphen. I can just mention it if you want here. I can say 3 hyphen, or I can just give a comma and put it like this: 3 then 5 then 7. These are hyphens. Okay, this symbol. So that's why we are not grouping them together. We are just grouping the before part, which is the text, the month part, which is of 2 characters length, and the day part again, which will be of 4 parts, because you can see here something like this. Okay, and then we have the year part, which will go to the next group, and then after part, which is the last remaining text. Okay, so I hope you have understood this now. So before part, month part, day part, year part, and after part. Now after we have got the group, we need to change it to the European style. Okay, so form the European style. So European style, as we know, it will be first the day. You can see we have taken the month. Now we will just swap it like this. Month will come back, day will come first. So let's see here what to do. So you can see European file name equal to before part, then the day part, then one hyphen we are adding, then month part, then we are adding the year part after the hyphen, and then the after part. Okay, so that is how we have changed it. So before, earlier it was month then the day, now it is day then the month. Okay, and after that the final year part and then the last text part. So this is how we form the European file name. And after that we have to get the absolute path. Okay, so we already know that, right? From the last tutorial we have understood that to get the absolute path we use abs path and give the dot. Okay, so working directory absolute path is stored inside this os.path.absolute path. So we are storing this in this variable. Okay, and then we need to join it, right? We know about the join method. So just simple, this file name that we have there, we just join it like this with the absolute working directory, something like this: os.path.join followed by the working directory string and then the file name. So it will be something like this, that current drive slash the file name. Again, for the European file name we are just saying os.path.join the working directory slash that European file name. Okay, this is how we store the path to the file name. Okay, then we need to rename the files. But guys, please remember, you have to be properly sure whether it is working fine or not. So what we do, first we print the file names, then we see whether we are getting the correct result or not. After that, when we are 100% sure, then we go on with the move. Okay, so you have seen on top only we have the shutil, so it will not work, it is grayed out because I have commented out this part. Okay, so I have explained you the entire working of the program. Let me just run this and let's see what we are getting for the time being. Okay, you can see if I go here 03012020 and spam 14, sorry, 4, 15 and 1995. Okay, so 03012020x will be converted to 132020. See, 1 3. So here you can see 0301 converts to 1 3. Okay, other things will remain intact. And same thing, spam 0415, Here it becomes spam 1504. Okay, so and if you see here, we have some other files also. They are not modified, they will be same. So now that we have confirmed that we are able to do this, let me just uncomment this. So we are just doing this, you remember, right? Dot move, we are moving this file name into this file name. That means we are renaming that. Okay, so that's why I've written uncomment after testing. So we have done the testing, it is working fine. Now let me just right click and run this. Okay, now it says 3.1 will be renamed to 1.3 and 4.15 to 15.4. Let's verify. Okay, you can see it was 3.1, now it is 1.3 and 4.15 became 15.4. Let's once again verify. 3.1 to 1.3 and 4.15 to 15.4. Let's go back. So 1.3 and 15.4. It's working fine. Absolutely okay. So this is how we can rename. And guys, I have only showed you a simple example by taking only 2-3 files. And please make sure before renaming you print them and understand that. Okay, this is very important. Okay, so this is about the program. If you want, I will share you the program in the description. No worries about that. If you have any doubt regarding the program, you can just comment your doubts in the comment section. I will be very happy to clarify them. So let's go to the PDF for the next topic.
Okay, the next chapter here is debugging. So debugging is like finding the errors in your code, right? We want to check how our code is reacting and how our code is behaving and how the variables are changing the values, right? So we need to be absolutely sure that our programs or source codes are error free or bug free. So it is not possible to make a really 100% bug free code, but at least we can be on the safer side by taking certain values which are actually correct. Okay, so we can be saved of lots of bugs if we know the exact process of debugging. Okay, so let us go to the first topic, raising exceptions. So that means whenever the code encounters any problem, we should raise some exceptions. Okay, that is a very easy way of saying that stop running or executing this code. You can see here, stop running the code in this function and move the program execution to the except statements. That means we should stop the execution. There is something wrong going on with the code. We correct that, then we come on to the proper part of the code. Okay, so for that, you can see here we use the raise keyword, we give a call to the exception method, and then we give a string of the error message. Okay, this is the first thing. So let me go to my PyCharm again, and here I will just show you. I have already written the codes for you. Let me just show you. This is the basic exception. It's very simple. Okay, when you just use raise keyword and the exception class and use the function like this is the error message. So it will stop the execution and throw a error, something like this. Just see here, it says traceback most recent call and raise the exception. This is the error message. Then it is raising this exception. You can see this is the error message. So this is how it is done. So this is a basic one. Now let's go back to the PDF again, and here you can see this is a simple program that they have taken to highlight how we can use the raise exception method. Okay, so let us go back to our PyCharm, and I have already written the program. So this is it. You can see this is just a simple program. Okay, def box print. This is a function or method which takes a particular character or symbol and the width and the height. And please remember, here you can see if the length is not equal to 1, the particular symbol length, if it is not equal to 1, then it will raise an exception saying the symbol must be a single character string. Okay, it cannot be more than that. The length should be exactly equal to 1. And the width here, you can see in the next if block, if the width is less than equal to 2, it should raise an exception. That means the width should be greater than 2. Okay, and height should also be greater than 2. So if you are taking any value, maybe 0 to 2, it will not work for the width and the height as well. And then finally we are printing the symbol by using this particular logic. So it will print the symbol in a particular shape with the height and the width. It will be something like a box. The box here printed will be having the shape of the particular symbols. So all the characters from that symbol will be taken in this particular width and height, and you will get a box. Okay, so you can see here I have used a for loop for the symbol, the width, the height. In we have taken four different categories or data. Okay, you can see the first one is okay, star 4 and 4. These are the width and height, and this is the character. The second one, you can see 0 is the symbol, 20 and 5. So these are also greater than 2 and 2. But in the third one, you can see X is the character, 1 is not greater than 2, and 3 is okay. And in the last one, you can see ZZ, here it is 3 and something. So in this case, this third one should not work. It should raise an exception, and the other should work. And then you can see here, we are using the try block to try this with taking this values from this particular range, and then if it does not work, if it is not able to print the box, then it should throw an exception, something like this. So we are just printing the error. Here you can see print an exception happened, and then we are just printing that exception by converting it into a string. Okay, so let me run this. So you can see here the first thing is star, it was correct. So this is working fine. Width and height, it is correct. Second one, width and height, that is correct. The third one, if you see, X is the character, width is 1, which is less than 2. So it is not working fine. So it is raising an exception here. See, an exception happened, width must be greater than 2. Fourth one, if you see, there is not a single character. This is double character. So it is saying symbol must be a single character string. Now, if I just correct this like this, if I just say single character, and here also if I just change the width to more than 2, say let it be 4. Now if I run this, just see properly for the first range or data, second range of data, third range of data, and the fourth range of data. Everything is working fine. There are no errors, and so it is not raising an exception. So this is a very good way or example to understand this. If we have any value that is wrong, so here I'm making it intentionally wrong. Now you can see I made it 2. So let me run this. It will throw an exception in the second group of data. You can see exception happened, which must be greater than 2 because it is 2, it is not greater. So it is working like this. Okay, so this is how it is done. Now let us go back to the PDF again for the next program. Okay, so I hope you have understood this. It's very easy to understand. Wherever you find there is anything wrong with your program, then you raise the exception by using this particular line, raise exception, and you can put a error message. Okay, let us go to the next one. Whenever we are getting something, you can see here, when we get the error message, an exception happened, width must be greater than 2. There is a way of getting the string from the traceback. The traceback is actually the error. Okay, so if I show you here, if I run this earlier code, see, traceback, from this particular traceback we can get a string. Okay, so it will not throw an error like this, it will be converted into a string and we'll get the data like this. So let's see how to do it. So it's very simple. Okay, I will just explain it with a simple example so that you can understand that. Okay, so let me go to my project. Here you can see traceback as a string. So P1 is one program, you can see here. So there are two functions. First one is spam. Inside that I'm calling bacon function. Okay, after that you can see in the bacon function I'm raising an exception, which is this is an error message. Now I'm calling spam function. So spam function call will go here, then it will call the bacon function. Bacon function is here, it will raise this exception. So let us run this. You can see we're getting such a long exception, but this doesn't look good, right? So what we can do, we can use the traceback. So let me just show you how to do it. See here, we are importing the traceback module and we are trying to raise this exception and just see what we are doing. We are using the except block. Here we are using the error file, and we are opening a file called errorinfo.txt in the write mode. Okay, so this will create a new file. You already know that, right? After that, we are just writing the traceback dot format executable. That means whatever we are storing from the traceback error, we are just storing it into the errorinfo.txt file. Okay, let me just repeat it again. We are importing the traceback module. We are trying to raise an exception. This is the error message, but it will throw the traceback, right? As you saw here, if I run this, it is throwing this traceback error, right? So what we are doing here, we are just storing this traceback by calling the traceback function and using the format exe and storing this data into the errorinfo.txt file. Okay, after that we are closing that, and then after that we are just printing the traceback info was written to errorinfo.txt. Okay, now you can just see I don't have any file called errorinfo.txt. Let me run this. You can see it says traceback info was written to the errorinfo.txt. Okay, let me just minimize this. Now you can see there is a text file called errorinfo.txt. Let me open this. You can see here all the traceback data has been stored and written into this file. Suppose if you want to take the error data and store it into a file, you can do it like this. So this is how it works. I hope you have understood. See here, when I run this, I'm getting this data. Now I don't want this data here. What we are doing, we are using the traceback module and then storing that same traceback data into this errorinfo.txt file. So if I open this here, you can see it has this data. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, then now let us go to the next topic in the PDF.
So now we are going to start with the topic idles debugger. The debugger is a frame of idle that allows us to execute our program one line at a time. The debugger will run a single line of code and then wait for us to tell it to continue. By running our program under the debugger like this, we can take as much time as we want to examine the values in the variables at any given point during the program's lifetime. This is a valuable tool for tracking down bugs. To enable idles debugger, just click on the debug, then on debugger in the interactive shell window. This will bring up the debug control window, which looks like figure 10.1. This is the figure which would look like this. I will show you while I will execute the code. This will be the window, how it will look. When the debug control window appears, select all four of the stack locals, source and globals checkboxes so that the window shows the full set of debug information. This stack, source, locals and globals. While the debug control window is displayed, anytime we run a program from the file editor, the debugger will pause execution before the first instruction and display the following: the line of code that is about to be executed, a list of all variables and their values, a list of all global variables and their values. We will notice that in the list of global variables there are several variables we haven't defined, such as bulletins, doc, file and so on. These are variables that Python automatically sets whenever it runs a program. The meaning of these variables is beyond the scope of this book and we can comfortably ignore them. The program will stay paused until we press any of the 5 buttons in the debug control window: go, step, over, out or quit. Clicking the go button will cause the program to execute normally until it terminates or reaches a breakpoint. Breakpoints are described later in this chapter. If you are done debugging and want the program to continue normally, click the go button. Then comes the step button. Clicking the step button will cause the debugger to execute the next line of code and then pause again. The debugger controls Windows list of global and local variables will be updated if their values change. If the next line of code is a function call, the debugger will step into that function and jump to the first line of code of that function. Next button is over. Clicking the over button will execute the next line of code similar to the step button. However, if the next line of code is a function call, the over button will step over the code in the function. The function's code will be executed at full speed and the debugger will pause as soon as the function call returns. For example, if the next line of code is a print call, we don't really care about code inside the built-in print function. We just want the string we pass it printed to the screen. For this reason, using the over button is more common than the step button. Next is the out button. Clicking the out button will cause the debugger to execute lines of code at full speed until it returns from the current function. If we have stepped into a function call with the step button and now simply want to keep executing instructions until we get back out, click the out button to step out of the current function call. Next we have the quit button. If we want to stop debugging entirely and not bother to continue executing the rest of the program, click the quit button. The quit button will immediately terminate the program. If we want to run our program normally again, select debug, then debugger inside to disable the debugger. Now we will just try to execute this code first by normally executing it without a debugger, and then we will run this code with the debugger. So to go to idle, just you have to type here as idle, then go to that window. So here you have to go to the file and you have to open the Python file which you have saved by writing the code. I will go here. So my Python file is saved here in this folder. I will select this and I will open it. So it is now opened in a different window. I will run the code. So now let's enter the numbers 5, 7, 68. So it is giving me the output as 5768, but it should be 5 plus 7 is 12 plus 68, it should be 80, right? So the program that we have written, the program hasn't crashed, but the sum is obviously wrong. Let's now enable the debug control window and run it again, this time under the debugger. When we press F5 or select the run with the debugger enabled and all 4 boxes on the debug control window checked, the program starts in a paused state on line 1. The debugger will always pause on the line of code it is about to execute. The debug control window will look like figure 10.2. It will look like this. That window will look something like this. Then after that, click the over button once to execute the first print call. We should use over instead of step here since we don't want to step into the code for the print function. The debug control window will update to line 2. The line 2 in the file editor window will be highlighted as shown in figure 10.3. This is how it will be highlighted. This shows us where the program execution currently is. One window will look something like this and the other window will look something like this. This one is highlighted and here it is showing that line 2 first equal to input is selected. Click over again to execute the input function call and the buttons in the debug control window will disable themselves while idle waits for us to type something for the input call into the interactive cell window. Press any number and press return. The debug control window buttons will be re-enabled. Keep clicking over and entering two other numbers as the next two numbers until the debugger is on line 7. The final print call in the program, the debug control window should look like figure 10.4. It should look like something, it will look something like this. Line 7 print the sum is this is highlighted. We can see in the global section that the first, second and third variables are set to string values 5, 3, 42 instead of integer values 5, 3 and 42. It means it is in single quotes rather than simply written as 5, 3 and 42. See here, this is it, 5, 3 and 42. They are written in single quotes. When the last line is executed, these strings are concatenated instead of added together, causing the bug. As they are strings, so they are concatenated instead of being added. Stepping through the program with the debugger is helpful but can also be slow. Often we will want the program to run normally until it reaches a certain line of code. We can configure the debugger to do this with the breakpoints. Now let's run the code in the debugger. For that, you just have to click on debug, then debugger, select these two options, and again go here, click on run module. So now you can see here it is showing the first line has been selected and it is showing that it has selected the first line as print enter the first number to add. Click on over, then now it is checking with the, it is now on the second line. Click on over again. Now you have to give the input here 7, then press the enter button, then it has came here again. Now it is on the third line. Press over, the Third line is printed. Now it is on the fourth line. Click on over. Now the fourth line is over now. You have to enter the number here. Let's say 2. Click the enter button. Then now it is on the fifth line. Click on over. It has now moved to the sixth line to take the input from the user. Click the over button again. Now we have to give the input, let's say 46. Now press the enter. It is on the seventh line. Print the sum is plus first plus second plus third. Now click on over. So it is giving us the output, and this is how we have to use the debugger in idle to debug our program one line at a time, line by line. Now let's move back to breakpoints. A breakpoint can be set on a specific line of code and forces the debugger to pause whenever the program execution reaches that line. Once a new file editor window and enter the following program which simulates flipping a coin 1000 times. Save it as coinflip.py. Then you have to write these lines of code, save it in the file as coinflip.py. Now in this line the random int from 0 to 1, this will call this line number 1 will return 0 half of the time and 1 the other half of the time. This can be used to simulate a 50 by 50 coin flip where 1 represents head. When you run this program without the debugger, it quickly outputs something like the following: halfway done and how many times heads has come up. Now I have already written this code. Now let's go and check how to run the code. So I have already saved it. We just have to open the file. This is the location where my coin flip is saved. Let's open this file. Now you can see the code. It is import random, then the heads variable as initialized as 0. Then there is a for loop from the range 1 to 1001. Then it will check every time if the value of I, if the random value is equal to 1, then the value of heads will be incremented to 1, which will execute 1000 times. Now when the value of I is equal to 500, then it will print halfway done and it will print heads came up with how many times heads have actually come up. Now let's just run this code. You can see here it is written as halfway done, heads came up 471 times. Run it again and it will again show a different output. Halfway done, heads came up 475 times. Now see here, if we ran this program under the debugger, we would have to click the over button thousands of times before the program terminated. If we were interested in the value of hits at the halfway point of the program's execution, when 500 of 1000 coin flips have been completed, we could instead just set a breakpoint on the line print halfway done. To set a breakpoint, right click the line in the file editor and select set breakpoint as shown in figure 10.5. This is how you have to do. You have to right click there and you have to set a breakpoint. We don't want to set a breakpoint on the if statement line since the if statement is executed on every single iteration through the loop. But setting the breakpoint on the code in the if statement, the debugger breaks only when the execution enters the if clause. The line with the breakpoint will be highlighted in yellow in the file editor. When you run the program under the debugger, it will start in a pause state at the first line as usual, but if you click go, the program will run at full speed until it reaches the line with the breakpoint set on it. You can then click go, over, step or out to continue as normal. If you want to remove a breakpoint, right click on the line in the file editor and select clear breakpoint from the menu. The yellow highlighting will go away and the debugger will not break on the line in future. Now let's move to the idle. So right click here, set breakpoint. Now the debugger, on the debugger, now see it is highlighted in yellow color. Now run this code. It is on the first line. If you click on over, then again it is on the second line now, then over again, and on the third line, and again over line 4, then over line 5, then over line 6, then again it moved as it was not equal to 500, so it moved to line 3 again. So it will keep on repeating the same thing 1000 number of times. Instead, click on go. So now directly jump to line 597th and it is now halfway done. Click on the go again. It has been printed here, halfway done. Heads came up 497 times. Wait, I will show you again. Just click on run module. Now it is on the first line. Click on over line 2. Then again it came on line 3. Then this time it is on line 4. Then it is checking in line number 6 if it is equal to 500. If it is not, it is again going on the line number 3 again. Then 4 again, then 5, then 6, then again 3. So it will keep on repeating every time you click on the over button. So instead click on go. It will directly jump on the breakpoint where the breakpoint was set. So the breakpoint was set in this line when it is halfway done. So it is. Now just press the over button again. It will keep on repeating the same thing again. Now simply click on go and it is done. So this is how we can debug our program when we write any program or we create any project in Python using a idle. So this was all about idle debugging.
So guys, with this we have come to the end of the tutorial of VTU Module 3, 18CS55. I hope you have liked it. If you really like this video, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And please keep supporting us so that we get motivated to create more and more content like this for you. And last but not the least, all the best students. We are signing off now. And we all wish you good luck in your examinations. And we hope we all do well. So keep learning, keep gaining knowledge. Happy learning. Bye bye. Take care.